Hello, everyone. Welcome to Assembly Judiciary. Welcome to those here in Carson City, those in Las Vegas, those watching online, and those in our overflow rooms in Carson City as well. As you can see, I'm sorry, out of habit, I said welcome to Assembly Judiciary, but as you can see, we are actually a joint session today. So you have your Assembly Judiciary members and your Senate Judiciary members. With that, Secretary, will you please take the roll?
Senator Dondera-Loop. Here. Senator Hansen. Senator Harris. Here. Senator Krasner. Senator Wynn. Here. Senator Orenshaw. Here. Senator Scheibel. Here. Senator Stone. Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod. Here. Assemblywoman Cohen. Here. Assemblywoman Considine. Here. Assemblywoman Gallant. Here. Assemblyman Gray. Here. Assemblywoman Hansen. Here. Assemblywoman Hardy. Here. Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch. Here. Assemblywoman Marzola. Here. Assemblywoman Mosca. Here. Assemblywoman Newby. Here. Assemblyman Ortlicker. Here. Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong. Present. Assemblyman Urick. Here. And Chair Miller.
Here, thank you for that. And please mark Senator Stone here when he arrives. Mark him present when he arrives. With that, we ask that everyone please silence any of your electronic devices. Also, if you wish to testify, please sign in at the table at the door and provide a business card to the committee secretary. For those joining online, please make sure to mute your microphone when you are not speaking to minimize any background noise. When testifying, please turn on the microphone and clearly state your name, any affiliation, and spell your name for the record. Handouts, there are handouts provided at the door. We requested 20 hard copies for members and the public. Committee members will be using their laptops to view handouts and other documents. Please do not take this as a sign of inattention or any type of disrespect, but they are monitoring, going over the bills and other documents, as well as communicating. So please understand that that multitasking is occurring while we're up on the dais. Of course, we do expect courtesy and respect in our interactions during this meeting. We know that there will be disagreements, but again, we disagree with other person's positions and will not make any type of attack or disrespect toward another person. As we have several measures on the agenda today, we intend to give each measure a full, proper, robust hearing. That means I am committed to giving equal time to each of the proponents and the opponents of each measure. In order to accomplish this goal, I will set a limit of time allotted to hear each bill. Each measure will be given 30 minutes for the bill presentation, so that includes presentation and questions from members. Members, I'm asking that you keep your questions concise. There will then be 30 minutes for support testimony, 30 minutes for opposition, and 30 minutes for neutral. Keep in mind that that's not 30 minutes per location. This includes those here in Carson City, as well as those in Las Vegas and those on the phone lines. In order to accommodate this, to include as many people as possible to have their testimony heard, your testimony in support or opposition will be limited to 1 minute each person. Remember, the goal is to include as many people possible. If you have the opportunity or the ability to say ditto, please do, because that enables more people to be on the record with their position. I'm sorry that I was distracted by looking at my cell phone right now, but my sister was finally able to tell me that the hard lockdown at her school is over and that she is safe. With that, I will open the hearing for Assembly Bill 354. Assembly Bill 354 is presented by Assemblywoman Sandra Howdigi with co-presenters from, okay, so we're not opening that hearing. We're going to open the hearing for 355. Sorry, got to get back focused after hearing news about my sister. Open the hearing on Assembly Bill 355. This is presented by Assemblywoman Sandra Howdigi, Olivia Lee, legal counsel with Everytown for Gun Safety. Tanya Shart, senior counsel with director of the federal policy with Brady United Against Gun Violence. With that, the bill hearing is officially open. So when you are all ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Miller and committee members. I'm Assemblywoman Sandra Howdy, and I represent Assembly District 41. Many of you know my story, how a night at a concert in Las Vegas turned into a nightmare. I've always shared a little bit about the struggles I've encountered post-1 October. In 2019, I read a very personal letter that I sent my family and friends detailing why I couldn't see or speak to any of them. In 2021, I shared a little bit about my recovery. I share these personal elements because it is important for the committee to know why I champion this issue and why I will continue to champion this issue. Because I never want a Nevadan to experience the trauma that I and so many have endured. The unfortunate reality is there's nothing I can share that will make you truly understand the physical and equally important emotional and mental scars that linger with me and other survivors of gun violence. Before 1 October, I was a happy, energetic, and social person. It took me 4 years for me to really start to feel that way again. To feel like I could smile and say good morning, good afternoon, or hello to people as I passed them. To feel like it was okay to laugh at a joke. Because for 4 years, it frustrated me that people would make jokes and not take life seriously, because I knew how lucky they were to be here, how lucky I was to be here. For 4 years, I carried with me an anger that people took life for granted, because I knew that someone else died, but for some reason, I didn't. In 2021, I finally started feeling like myself again. But even now, almost 6 years later, there's still a part of me that is still missing. I know I will never be as lighthearted, as jovial, or as carefree as I once was. And that is incredibly hard to share the scars as well as the healing, because there's a little bit of me that feels vulnerable and embarrassed for sharing something so personal in public. But the reality is, the horror of gun violence and the luck of being a survivor has forced me to take action, the kind of action that turns grief into positive change. Over the last 4 years, we have come together to pass some of the most comprehensive gun safety legislation in the nation, banning bump stocks and ghost guns, while enacting red flag laws, child safe storage laws, and universal background checks, just to name a few. Today, I'm here to continue that mission so that no other Nevadans have to go through the struggle that comes with survival or the hole in your soul that comes with the loss of a loved one. So today, I'm here to present 2 bills that will further protect our communities from the horrors of gun violence. Assembly Bill 355 will make it illegal for someone under the age of 21 to have an assault rifle or semi-automatic shotgun, and makes it illegal for someone to help anyone under 21 acquire an assault rifle or semi-automatic shotgun. We have seen far too many mass shootings by people who are under 21 who get their hands on assault rifles and go out and kill. Sandy Hook, Uvalde, Buffalo, all mass shooters that used assault rifles and were under the age of 21. In the past 5 years, 6 of the 9 deadliest mass shootings were committed by people under the age of 21. Limiting the sales of handguns reduced suicide rates by 18% for 18 to 20-year-olds, and 17% of prisoners who committed a crime with a firearm were under 21 when they purchased their weapon. The age requirement to purchase a handgun in Nevada is already 21. The same should be true for assault rifles, so that these mass shooters can't legally get their hands on these weapons and strike our communities again. Chair, I would now like to turn it over to Olivia Lee with Everytown, followed by Tanya Shart with Brady United.
For the record, my name is Olivia Lee, counsel for Everytown for Gun Safety. My name is spelled Olivia, last name is Li. I work with Everytown for Gun Safety, and I'm responsible for supporting state legislative efforts in Nevada. Everytown is the largest gun violence prevention organization in the country, with more than 10 million supporters nationwide. We have over 350 active volunteers in Nevada, representing nearly half the counties across the state. I thank lawmakers in Nevada, especially Assemblywoman Jauregui, for pursuing such a comprehensive gun safety platform this session. And I also thank this joint committee for allowing me to testify in support of Assembly Bill 355. As Assemblywoman Jauregui mentioned, Nevada has made great strides recently on gun violence prevention, passing universal background checks and extreme risk protection order law, safe storage laws. This year, the Nevada Legislature can cement its status as a leader on this issue. However, Nevada lacks a strong age restriction on the purchase and possession of semi-automatic assault rifles and semi-automatic shotguns. Right now, a resident of Nevada could purchase an AR-15 at the age of 18, but not a handgun. It's a common paradox across the country, but states like Florida and Washington have fixed it. AB 355 closes this loophole in Nevada's suite of gun safety policies by requiring residents to be 21 or older to purchase a semi-automatic centerfire rifle or a semi-automatic shotgun. Minimum age laws like this can help prevent gun homicides, mass shootings, and suicides. So much of the carnage of our nation's gun violence epidemic falls on young Americans. Firearms are now the leading cause of death for American children and teens. The youth suicide rate in this country is at its highest point in 20 years, and more than 3,100 young people die by gun suicide every year. And unfortunately, 18 to 20-year-olds commit gun homicides at triple the rate of people who are 21 and older. And as Assemblywoman Jauregui mentioned, according to criminal justice researchers, the average age of those who carry out mass shootings at schools is 18. The gunman who killed 21 people and injured 17 others at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, waited until his 18th birthday to purchase 2 assault weapons. AB 355 can help prevent these tragedies. The bill requires purchasers of especially dangerous firearms to be 21 or older, meaning that 18, 19, and 20-year-olds could no longer purchase semi-automatic shotguns or semi-automatic centerfire rifles like an AR-15. 9 states bar all people from purchasing semi-automatic assault rifles, and 9 states also bar people younger than 21 from purchasing at least some long guns. Florida, one of these states, adopted a minimum age restriction after the Parkland mass shooting, where a shooter killed 17 people and injured 17 others. New York raised the age for possession of semi-automatic rifles to 21 after an 18-year-old killed 10 people in a grocery store in Buffalo, my hometown. Lawmakers in Nevada should not wait for a tragedy like this before passing a sensible age restriction. While AB 355 prevents young adults under the age of 21 from buying high-powered assault rifles, it allows 18 to 20-year-olds to purchase firearms commonly used in hunting. Under AB 355, people 18 and older can continue to purchase and possess manual action rifles, 22 rimfires, and certain shotguns. This bill appropriately balances public safety concerns with respect for the Second Amendment. It prohibits 18 to 20-year-olds from acquiring the most deadly guns without restricting access to many hunting firearms. And one last thing, AB 355 strengthens Nevada's secure storage laws by holding adults accountable when people under the age of 21 access semi-automatic rifles or semi-automatic shotguns. States must do everything they can to promote secure storage practices. Locking up both guns and ammunition, for example, can reduce child and teen-inflicted self-injuries by up to 78% and unintentional firearm injuries by up to 85%. When children access unsecured guns, it can also endanger an entire community. In incidents of gunfire on school grounds, around 70% of shooters under the age of 18 got the gun from their home or the home of a friend or relative. This bill is a sensible and protective policy that mirrors the laws other states have put in place in the wake of mass tragedy, but Nevada has a chance to do this now. Everytown encourages and fully supports your efforts to pass AB 355, and I thank this committee for listening to my testimony.
Thank you so much. For the record, my name is Tanya Shart, and I'm Senior Counsel and Director of State and Federal Policy at Brady. My name is spelled TANYA-SCHARDT. I thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today in support of AB 355. Everyone in this country is all too familiar with the impact of firearms, and in particular, assault-style rifles in the hands of those under the age of 21. There is a disproportionate representation of young men amongst the most destructive mass shooters in American history. Just in the last year, the mass shooting in Tops Friendly Market in Buffalo, New York, and the subsequent slaughter of elementary school students and their teachers in a classroom in Uvalde, Texas, just a week later, were perpetrated by two 18-year-olds who were legally armed with semi-automatic style assault rifles. The assault weapon's design and purpose makes them the gun of choice for mass shooters, in particular, young male mass shooters. All of this is especially troubling given that the industry itself targets male adolescents through predatory marketing practices. Adolescents and young men are both highly susceptible to product advertising and, in particular, receptive to advertisements that depict impulsive, thrill-seeking behavior. They also have an elevated risk of attempting suicide and engaging in violent behavior. In fact, FBI data shows young people disproportionately commit gun homicide. 18 to 20-year-olds make up 4% of the U.S. population, but comprise 17% of known homicide offenders. Federal law already prohibits anyone under the age of 21 from purchasing a handgun, which leaves it up to the states to regulate the other types of firearm purchases to ensure that they are not found in the hands of individuals not yet ready for the responsibility of owning a dangerous firearm. Passage of this law would be in line with a nationwide trend to increase the age to purchase assault weapons. AB 355 presents a common sense opportunity to protect all Nevadans from further acts of gun violence perpetrated by adolescents in the state. I urge the committee to vote in favor of this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are now open to questions.
Thank you for that. We will begin with, we have two vice chairs up here, so please understand, with Vice Chair Marzola.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Assemblywoman, for bringing this very, very important bill. My question, I just wanted to, it's more confirmation for me. What kinds of guns would someone under 21 years of age no longer be able to buy under Assembly Bill 355?
Sure, for the record and through Chair Miller. So, and my name is Olivia.
And please go direct.
Go direct, okay. So, under the age of 21, someone can no longer purchase semi-automatic center fire rifles and semi-automatic shotguns. Semi-automatic center fire rifles are, not all semi-automatic rifles are center fire, but those that are also can be assault weapons. Assault weapons bans also often encompass semi-automatic shotguns. So the guns that people under the age of 21 can no longer buy under AB 355 are those that are the most dangerous on the market.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Our next question is from Senator Hansen.
Actually, I didn't ask for one, but thank you. I will gladly take an advantage of that.
Well, Senator, I was given the message that you did want one, so if you would like to pass.
I do want one. So
Okay, briefly, please.
Going to rush into it, but we'll get right into it. Question, there was a Ninth Circuit Court, I believe, opinion which indicated that 18, 19, and 20-year-olds cannot be denied a constitutional right under the Second Amendment. What makes this bill different than the one that was passed in California?
Sure, for the record, Olivia Lee from Everytown. And the law at issue in California was a little bit different than this one in that it allowed the purchase of some long guns that were semi-automatics with a hunting rifle That state also just flat out bans assault weapons, which are semi-automatic centerfire rifles and semi-automatic shotguns that contain militarized features. So that's not an issue in this bill, or that's a little bit different from what this bill does. This bill touches assault weapons. The age restriction in California wasn't relevant because that state already bans it. I do want to say that Ninth Circuit case has been remanded, as I understand it, to the district court. It applied the constitutional test that was the law before Bruin came down.
Okay, well, just the record, it was hunting licenses that they had.
Senator.
I'm sorry.
So,
Only one question?
yes, and you didn't request a follow-up, so we're going to move on, okay? But of course, you can follow up offline with her, absolutely.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Next question will be from Assemblywoman Mosca.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this. My question was, where did we get the definition of semi-automatic shotguns and semi-automatic assault weapons for the bill?
Thank you for the question. This is Assemblywoman Sandra Howdy. For the record, that's the definitions of semi-automatic that already exist in our Nevada statutes, and I don't have the definition in front of me, but I can let you know where it currently exists, and that's in NRS 202.253.
Next question. Oh, I'm sorry, were you going to follow up that? Okay, next question from Assemblyman Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quick story, I'll get to it as quick as I can. I had friends that were, colleagues that were in the IHOP shooting here in Carson City. Had they been allowed to have their weapons, they probably could have saved themselves and others instead of being killed and mutilated. However, the common thread with that one and the other shootings we've seen, especially most recently, was that there was underlying mental illness. There was something going on there. So that being said, I've got a sociological question. How can a large portion of our society today support the mutilation of children under the age of 18 in the name of transgenderism and yet not let them
Senator
allow...
Gray,
Ma'am, can I finish my question,
Gray,
please? May I finish my question, please?
not
This is a sociological question.
Okay.
It has to do with maturity.
Assemblyman, we're going to move on. Next question will be
Can the
from
record reflect
Assemblyman
I was
Yurek.
not allowed to ask my question? Thank you.
Assemblyman, nowhere in the bill are transgender children mentioned. Okay, but we're moving on. Assemblyman Yurek?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Assemblywoman, for sharing your story. It's truly impactful, and I think we all have seen tragedies that have gone on that are forcing us to take a look at what do we need to do to try to stop some of this. Whatever we do has to pass constitutional muster. And I've got a number of concerns, but I'd like to address two, if I can, with you and see if we can address them. And some of them are going to be, one of them is related to the Senator's question. First, the constitutional question I have is, in our last election, the voters approved question 1 by over 58%, which amended Nevada's constitution to strictly prohibit the state or anybody else discriminating against an individual based on age. And this bill certainly would seem to discriminate people that have reached the age of majority, but target those that are not quite 21 yet, and does that. So I'm curious if, how are we going to square that up? And then related to that, and going back to the California, the Ninth Circuit opinion, and I understand it was remanded back. But basically, the California, or the Ninth Circuit declared that type of ban required strict scrutiny analysis as opposed to intermediate scrutiny. And so in light of that concern, how does this type of ban survive strict scrutiny? And with those two issues, are we concerned that this answer, or this proposed solution to the problem that we know exists out there, does this invite a significant number of lawsuits and expensive litigation for the state? So if you could address those, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Sandra Howdy, and I will start, and then I will hand it over to my co-presenters. But Assemblyman, thank you for the question. There's plenty places in statute, so there's precedent for this, where we set restrictions on age. Right now, when someone becomes an adult, at 18, they still can't legally drink or buy cigarettes, right? But they can vote. So there's precedent in statute already. And then I'm going to hand it over to my co-presenters to follow up on some of your other questions, Assemblyman.
Sure. Olivia Lee for the record. And so I'll address the Ninth Circuit case first. That case did apply strict scrutiny, but the levels of scrutiny are no longer the constitutional test. that federal courts should use to evaluate gun restrictions. Now, pursuant to Bruin, federal courts should apply a text, history, and tradition test. It's not clear, I think, at this stage, because Bruin is such a recent opinion, what gun regulations will survive the text, history, and tradition test, how uniformly it will be applied, what history will be considered, and why. And it's worth noting that an age restriction in Florida, which covered the purchase of all firearms prohibited for people under the age of 21, that has been upheld in the 11th Circuit by a 3-panel judge. So I think that the 9th Circuit case is not something that governs right now, and in any case, it's going to take quite a long time for courts to kind of come to some consensus on this. And I don't think that forecloses the opportunity for lawmakers to try to save lives while they have the opportunity. I think that it is difficult to say how the Supreme Court, which might ultimately have to rule on some of these more fine-grained questions about how specific regulations should come down, it's difficult to say how the Supreme Court would rule. But until then, I think lawmakers do have a responsibility to do what's in their power to save lives.
Thank you for that. Our next question will be from Assemblywoman Hardy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here to have this discussion. My question focuses on Section 1, Sub 1, where it says a person who is less than 21 years of age shall not handle or have in his possession, and then, A and B there. And then 2 says a person who aids or knowingly permits a person who is less than 21 to violate that subsection. So, I'm just curious, would that apply to, say, a parent or someone else that, has these weapons and takes their child out with them to use those firearms, and now those adults would be subject to a misdemeanor and other penalties? If you could address that, thank you.
Sure. For the record, Olivia Lee from Everytown. So yes, Assemblywoman, that does mean that people under the age of 21 cannot handle semi-automatic centerfire rifles or semi-automatic shotguns, even with parental, if the parent supplies that weapon or if the parent is there with the child or with the underage person. But I will note that this bill does not prohibit parents from engaging in shooting, recreation, or hunting with their children who may be over the age of 14. They just can't use those 2 kinds of guns, the semi-automatic centerfire rifles and semi-automatic shotguns.
Thank you. Our next question is from Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this bill. I was just looking back at a text message from my daughter on Friday, October 21st, telling me that she was in a hard lockdown and locked in a closet and how scared she was. And I'm telling her it's going to be okay, but as we know, I had no idea if it was going to be okay. And so thank you for bringing this bill. My question is on the storage aspect of the bill. Can you talk to me about the penalties that would come forth if someone a younger person did take a gun from the house and bring it and just bring it? I assume it doesn't have to be used, and I just would like to confirm that.
Thank you, Assemblywoman, for the question. Assemblywoman Sandra Howdy. Sorry, there's 2 places where we touch on that. And so right now, unless a greater, it says under sub 5 of subsection 1 that unless a greater penalty is provided by law, a person is guilty of a misdemeanor. If they knowingly, negligently leave a firearm out.
we're gonna move on at this point, okay? So our next question is from Assemblywoman Cohen.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation, and thank you, Majority Leader. I'm one of the few people who's been on the dais and heard your story, I think, every time you've presented a bill, and knows that this is heartfelt and that you tear off the scab every time you present one of these bills. So my question is about in Section 1.5A, there's the negligent storage provision, and then in 3.7G, there's the securely locked container provision. Can you tell me, are there giveaways and places where people can get containers and storage containers free if they need some help so that they can properly store their weapons?
Sure. Tanya Shart, for the record, and by and through the chair to the member. Thank you. Generally, locking devices for firearms are available through law enforcement. They're also very affordable. Even safes tend to be less than $50. So, this is something that's abundantly available to the general population. And given that it really does save lives, it's money well spent.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have just 2 questions left. Our next one is from Assemblyman Orrin Lichter.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing this very important bill. There's one provision I appreciate some clarification, and that is Section 1, subsection 3C, where it says the injury or death resulted from an accident, which was incident to target shooting. So I'm wondering what that's referring back to, because as you've already indicated, they're not supposed to be using these weapons for hunting. They're supposed to be using other weapons. So does this refer to the enhancement in subsection 1.2b? Because there's no antecedent mention of an injury or death. So I'm having trouble tying that back to what it's referring to.
Tanya Shart again for the record. I think you're correct, and I think that could be removed.
Thank you. Our next question is from Senator Stone.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today with you. And Assemblywoman Hardigy, I don't think we've had much of an opportunity to meet since I've come on the scene here, but I want to tell you I'm very disturbed by the experience that you've had to experience. I had some dear friends from California that were at the concert, and they're still traumatized today. So I appreciate you being here today and telling us about this personal experience that you've had and how painful it has been and still is painful for you to even recount today. So my question is that, we establish certain ages for certain rights within this country. So when you're 18 years old, you legally can vote. When you're 18 years old, you can legally sign a contract. When you're 18 years old, you can legally enlist into the military. So how do we tell 18 years olds that they can go put their life on the line for this country to protect the freedoms and liberties we have, yet we will not let them participate in the freedoms and liberties that we have that are protected under the Second Amendment in this particular case?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Sandra Howdy, for the record. And Senator Stone, that is something that's addressed in the bill. We do allow people who are members of the military to still possess this. This doesn't apply to members of the military. And we have had discussions about extending it to members of the military and those who have been honorably discharged too, if they are under the age of 21.
Excuse me. Okay, so I'm going to say this to members. We've already hit our half hour of questions. I will go to a few more questions. This means without dialogue, without commentary, a concise question. Assemblywoman Gallant.
Thank you, Chair. So just to follow up on Assemblywoman Hardy's question, as a parent of two boys and with a husband who takes his, our boys out responsibly to teach gun safety, how are you going to enforce parents who may allow their children to handle a semi-automatic?
For the record, Olivia Lee from Everytown, and I'm sorry, Assemblywoman. I think that is a matter for law enforcement to decide how they want to monitor that and how and whether they would want to enforce and prosecute. But again, this is just a subset of semi-automatic weapons. These are semi-automatic centerfire rifles and semi-automatic shotguns. There are semi-automatic firearms that people under the age of 21, including children who are over 14, could use with parental supervision or parental permission.
Assemblywoman Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, it is heart-wrenching for all of us to know the pain that has been felt by many in this room. That goes without saying, that we're all here. We may differ in our views, but we all want to find solutions, and that's maybe where we sometimes part company. But I think I can speak for all of us that we are sorry for this pain. As the mother of a Blue Star, I'm a Blue Star mom.
Assemblywoman Hanson, please
It's
get to
coming.
the question.
As a Blue Star mom with a son who went to the Naval Academy at the age of 18, who was part of the infantry skills team, I read the exemption, but I'm not sure I understand how that works when he is not, he's older now, but when he was home and he wanted to purchase a semi-automatic shotgun, how does a member of the military serving our country in that age frame, 18 to 21, can they go buy an automatic shotgun? Can they participate and be involved with the semi-automatic weapons in their personal life?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Sandra Howdy, for the record. And it's section 1, sub 4 that has the provisions that, again, exempt people who are less than 21 years of age and who are members of the armed forces of the United States from, right, and it says from carrying out their official duties. But that's the portion I was explaining to Senator Stone, that we are expanding that so that when it's not just in their official duties, but also for those who are honorably discharged and under the age of 21 as well.
Thank you. Our final question will be from Chair Scheibel.
Thank you so much. Do we have any historical data from jurisdictions that have implemented similar restrictions and whether that has resulted in a decrease in gun violence in those communities?
For the record, Olivia Lee, and Senator, there is data on raising the age. I believe some federal studies have determined that age restrictions certainly decrease suicides, and especially decrease suicides in young people. There is data on the fact that people who are between the age of 18, or people who are younger than 21, commit firearm homicides at a rate that's 3 times greater than people who are over 21. But I think that some of these age restrictions are relatively newer in certain states, especially the ones that apply specifically to semi-automatic centerfire rifles. And so I wouldn't say that there's a great body of social science evidence about those in particular. A lot of those laws came out, especially after Buffalo and Uvalde.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your presentation and for answering the questions. At this time, we are going to open it up for testimony. And remember, there's going to be 30 minutes specific for both support, opposition, and neutral. And so when I say 30 minutes, please again, keep in mind, we have people here in Carson, we have people in Las Vegas, and we have people on the phones. So I will do 10 minutes for each. I am asking all of you to quickly and briefly say your testimony. I know a lot of people have prepared speeches. Again, if you prepared a speech for 2 minutes, everyone gets 1 minute. Okay, so everyone will be cut off at 1 minute. We do want to hear what everyone has to say on both sides of the argument, but we want to hear from as many people as well. So please understand that while you're taking a full 2 minutes, that's another person who will not have the opportunity to be heard. Of course, everyone, even if you do have the opportunity to speak, you also have the additional opportunity to submit your written comments to the committee so that we have your full, robust statements. But again, everyone will have 1 minute. So I am starting the timer now. I'm also starting it for 10 minutes here in Carson City. Please begin.
For the record, excuse me, my name is Ben Tucker, first name B-E-N, last name T-U-C-K-E-R. Thank you for the opportunity today. I'm here today to support AB 355 because I have experienced the horrors of gun violence. On October 21st of 2013, I saw my friend and fellow teacher Mike Lansbury die. He was shot in the chest by a 13-year-old student who brought his father's unsecured gun to school. I don't really know how I survived that day. I do know the lasting effects that day has had on my life and my family's life. My son was 11 years old at the time of the shooting. He slept on the floor by my wife's and my bed for 3 weeks after the shooting. He knew how close I had come to dying that day and refused to sleep in his own bed because he was making sure I was safe. No one should have to go through what I went through. I am supporting AB 355 because I experienced firsthand the effects of what can happen when an adolescent has access to a gun.
Sir, your 1 minute's up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marissa Morano, and I'm a survivor co-lead for Moms Demand Action. I have lived in Las Vegas for 35 years. I'm a mother, a social worker, and small business owner. I'm a survivor of the Route 91 mass shooting, where I threw my body over my little sister and her friends to protect them from a madman with a gun. My invisible scars are with me every day. I fear the day that my children will also carry invisible scars because their peers have access to guns in Nevada. I'm an advocate for gun sense legislation. I ask you, does it make sense for a person under 21 to buy a firearm and not alcohol? Common sense should tell you no. It has become my mission as a survivor to keep Vegas strong. I beg you to support AB 355 to raise the minimum age to buy firearms in Nevada to 21. Help us join the 22 other states that have adopted this gun sense policy. Help us to keep our children safe and guns out of their hands. Help me to keep my 2 children alive. These children deserve to live. They don't deserve to die.
My name is Gina Moreno Springman. I'm a volunteer and survivor with Nevada Moms Demand Action. I live in Henderson, Nevada, and I'm here today to ask you to support AB 355. Firearms are the leading cause of death for children and teens in America. 22 other states have adopted this common sense policy, and we should too. Some of the most recent mass shootings have been executed by a young adult ages 18 to 21. As a survivor of the Route 91 mass shooting 5 years ago, I remember running for my life with my sister and my best friend. It is painful to continue to relive the haunting memories of texting my mom, possibly for the last time, saying there's lots of bodies, we're running, there's a shooting, I love you. It is even more upsetting that children and teens are sending those same messages and have this fear instilled in them forever. As an adult, I've had the resources and support to navigate the ups and downs of my mental health struggles that stem from the traumatic experience from October 1st, 2017. This bill is so important to pass as children and teenagers barely have their brain fully developed. How could we expect them to make sound choices with these lethal means? We do not have to
Ma'am,
live
your
like
1
this,
minute's up.
and they don't
Your
deserve to
1
die
minute's
like
up.
this.
Madam Chair, esteemed legislators, my name is Linda Cavazos, L-I-N-D-A-C-A-V-A-Z-O-S, and I'm here today as a Moms Demand Action volunteer and a gun violence survivor, here today in support of AB 355. As a former high school and university instructor and also as a mental health therapist, I have personally observed the significant changes that can occur in young people between the ages of 18 to 20. The prefrontal cortex of the brain, responsible for performing reasoning, planning, judgment, and impulse control, does not fully develop until the early to mid-20s. By Nevada allowing 18 to 20-year-olds to buy and possess long guns, including AR-15s and other assault weapons, we are taking unnecessary risks that can be made more preventable by raising the legal age to purchase semi-automatic shotguns and semi-automatic assault rifles. As a mom and grandparent and a concerned community advocate, I am asking you to support AB 355. I believe that passage of this bill will save lives. Thank you so very much.
My name is Jamie Bunnell, Jamie, B as in boy, Unnell. I live in Las Vegas, and I am a volunteer with Moms Demand Action for 5 years. I am a mother of 5, the proud wife of a Marine Corps veteran, a nurse for 15 years, and a gun owner. Growing up on a farm in a small town in Tennessee, guns are always viewed as a necessary tool, but one that demanded respect and responsibility. Handling such weapons came with the sober expectation that every bullet you fire holds the intention of taking a life. As the mother of 5 ranging in age between 23 and 9, I have witnessed firsthand over the years how lax the mindset has become surrounding guns. The tenets of responsible gun ownership have been replaced by carelessness and overconfidence, along with a general lack of self-awareness. Knowing that guns are the leading cause of death of American kids and teens, I ask you to join the 9 other states that have adopted this common sense policy and fully support AB 355. Thank you for the privilege of your time.
My name is Jamie Spottelson Bruce, JAIME-SPOTLESONBROUSSE. And I live in West Henderson, and I'm a stay-at-home parent and a volunteer with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense. I'm asking for your support of AB 355 to raise the minimum age to buy highly dangerous firearms in Nevada to 21. We know that guns are the leading cause of death of American kids and teens. Teenagers, seniors in high school, college students, and our young people do not need access to semi-automatic assault weapons and AR-15s. This legislation is common sense policy, and I urge you to support it.
Good afternoon, chairs and members of the committee. My name is Annette Magnus, and I'm the Executive Director of Battleborn Progress. We are in proud support of AB 355 because it's common sense gun legislation and protecting our communities is the Nevada way. It may shock some of you, but I have purchased these type of weapons, and I believe this is the right bill for Nevada. Our country sets minimum ages for driving, voting, drinking alcohol to encourage responsible behavior. Also, handgun purchases, as you've heard, are already limited to 21 and older in Nevada, so raising the age of assault weapons aligns with that. Our organization is proud to support AB 355, and we thank the Assemblywoman for her work. Thank you.
Thank you. We're at about less than 3 minutes left here in Carson, so this would be a time to really start using ditto. Proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Diss. I live in Reno, and I am a mother and a volunteer with Moms Demand Action. I am here today to voice my support for AB 355. As a mother and a human, I am horrified that firearms are now the leading cause of death in American children and teens. I am equally horrified that Nevadans between the ages of 18 and 20, an age group that are shown to be more likely to commit gun homicides, can purchase a military-style weapon like an AR-15. There is no reason that young adults whose brains are still developing need to possess such a weapon. Since yesterday, our supporters have sent more than 700 email messages to their state lawmakers in support of these bills. The message is clear. Nevadans want gun safety. I urge you to support AB 355. Thank you for your time.
Hi, Lindsay Harmon, and I'm the Executive Director for Planned Parenthood Votes Nevada. On November 27th, 2015, a mass shooting happened at Planned Parenthood of the Rocky Mountains in Colorado Springs, the same affiliate that oversees the health centers in Las Vegas. In this case, the shooter injured 9 and killed 3, including patients and first responders on the scene. In my position with Planned Parenthood, I am regularly threatened with violence against both myself and my family. As a result, both Planned Parenthood Votes Nevada and me personally, as a Nevadan, stand in firm support with any common sense gun legislation that we are hearing about today.
Do I go?
Yes.
For the record, my name is Christiane Brown. I'm Brady, Nevada State Executive Committee, and I'm a Nevada resident for 35 years, also a gun owner. You know, how many laws do we have in place that are for the public good that can be misconstrued to infringe upon our constitutional rights? Stop signs, TSA checks, keeping uranium illegal. All good ideas. No one has the constitutional right to infringe upon another person's safety. Not now, not ever. The Constitution does not allow that. And gun violence, the epidemic, has done just that. The thought haunts me that had Nevada passed AB 355 in 2019, or a bill like that to prohibit firearms, semi-automatic weapons for those under 21, the 19-year-old who crossed over from the Gilroy Garlic shooting to purchase his gun here in Nevada wouldn't have been able to kill 3 and injure 15, but he got his gun here. It's time to stop this lunacy, and that is just what it is. Please support AB 355. Protect our kids. Thank you.
Okay, I will allow, we are at 30 minutes, these 2 1 minute, and then we're moving to Carson quickly.
For the record, my name is Kennedy McKinney, here on behalf of the Nevada Women's Lobby. For the sake of time, we'll just say ditto. Thank you.
Serena Evans, Policy Director for the Nevada Coalition to End Domestic and Sexual Violence. Ditto.
Perfect, thank you. And that 10 seconds will be added to the opposition. Okay, we're starting 10 minutes in Las Vegas. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Leanne McAllister. I am the Executive Director of the Nevada chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. We are a professional association for pediatricians in the state who are dedicated to the health of all children. And when asked what their #1 advocacy priority was for this session, it was gun violence prevention. We are in strong support of this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Wendy Starkweather, and I reside in Henderson, Nevada. I've lived in Nevada for nearly 45 years, and I'm a volunteer with Nevada Moms Demand Action. You've heard the alarming statistics relating to the high rate of homicides committed by young adults aged 18 to 20, and that guns are the leading cause of death of American kids and teens, so I won't focus on that. I'm here to ask you all to really comprehend what those statistics mean to the parents and teachers of school children and teens who tell their stories today. Listen very closely to the voices of gun violence survivors and remember that they represent the multitude of victims who can never tell their stories. Please weigh the facts and figures and the forever trauma associated with firearm deaths against the desire of young people to own and possibly use that firearm in a troubled moment to take a life, their own or someone else's.
My name is Jessica Cantu. I am a resident of Henderson, Nevada, a dance teacher, a mom to a 5-year-old son, and a volunteer with Nevada Moms Demand Action. I ask you to support AB 355 to raise the minimum age to buy semi-automatic assault rifles to 21 years old in Nevada. With the horrific knowledge that guns are the leading cause of death for our kids in this country, we should be enacting every safeguard possible against gun violence. Right now in Nevada, based solely on their age, an 18-year-old would be denied ordering a beer, denied renting a car, but allowed to purchase a lethal weapon. Please join the other states that have adopted this common sense policy and raised the minimum age to buy assault weapons to 21 years old. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Irene Bradley, Bradley. I live in Las Vegas. I am so tired of watching the news, of watching our children being slaughtered in schools. I have 2 teenagers in high school. a junior and a senior. They're terrified. It's got to stop. And we have to be the ones to make it stop. I ask that you pass AB 355, and with all of our Assembly and state members, pass it unanimously. Our state deserves it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Virginia Belford, Virginia, Belford, Belford, and I live in Las Vegas. When I was a teenager, just 17 years old, I found myself in the middle of a gang shootout just by being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was absolutely terrified, and I didn't get the mental health that I needed until as an adult, and I believe I still carry some of the emotional scars with me at this time. The images that I saw are something that no child should have to see, and it's burned into my mind. And I can only attribute the fact I'm alive, this gang shootout. They were teenagers, but they had handguns. They did not have automatic weapons. If they'd had automatic weapons, I might not be here to tell my story. And therefore, I beg you to pass this bill, because
Ma'am, your 1
even
minute is
those
up.
of us who live...
Next person, please.
Hello, my name is Neil Gilfillan. I live in West Las Vegas, and I thank you for hearing our opinions today. I'm a veteran opposed to AB 335.
Oh, I'm
if a
sorry,
person
sir.
can be sent to war,
We are
then
in
they should have a
support.
chance to...
Please, we are in support. Opposition is not now, so this is support testimony. Thank you.
My name is Mike Messenger. I'm a city of Henderson. I'm neutral on the bill, so I'm not sure whether you want me to speak now
we
or
are
wait
in
till later.
support. So right now, I have to add like another minute on because we are in support. Is there anyone there in Las Vegas that wishes to testify in support right now? Okay, perfect. So then we will go ahead and move to the telephone lines. Broadcasting, please open the lines for anyone in support of Assembly Bill 355.
To testify in support of Assembly Bill 355, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hello, Chair Miller, Chair Scheibel, and the rest of the Joint Judiciary Committee. My name is Brian Harris, and I'm calling in my personal capacity for AB 355. This bill will fall in line with the 9 other states with similar policies, and as a father, I believe we do have to do better and raise the dangerously low minimum age for buying these firearms. Please support this bill, and thank you for your time.
Caller with the last 3 digits 448, please press star 6 to unmute your phone.
My name is Jennifer Fligler, and I'm a volunteer with Nevada Moms Demand Action. I live in Henderson, and I'm asking you to support AB 355 to raise the minimum age to buy dangerous firearms to 21 in Nevada. One case that really hit home with me was the July 2019 Gilroy Garlic Festival shooting, in which 3 people were killed and 17 were wounded because the 19-year-old gunman killed him, and the 19-year-old gunman killed himself. In this case, the killer was unable to legally purchase the gun in California, so he crossed over to Nevada to purchase the gun that was used in the shooting. By passing this law, we can help prevent shootings like this happening in our state and nearby states. Please vote to support AB 355.
Hello, members of the committee. My name is Paula Luna, and I am a constituent of Assembly District 18, and I'd just like to ditto the other members in support.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Lynn Chapman, and I'm calling in on my own behalf.
I'm calling in support of AB 355. Raising the minimum age is a simple, common sense way to reduce gun violence. This is not a ban, but it balances the need for community safety and the Second Amendment. I encourage you to pass AB 355. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jerry Burton. It's JeriBurton. I'm the co-executive director of the Nevada chapter of the National Organization for Women, and I also volunteer with Nevada chapter of Moms Demand Action. I'm calling in support of AB 355. With guns becoming the leading cause of death for children, we must pass a law so no one under 21 can own a semi-automatic gun. We have a responsibility to do everything we can to reduce youth gun violence, suicide rates, and unintentional shootings. We must do better. We ask you to pass this bill.
For the record, my name is Kimberly Carden, spelled KIMBERLYCARDEN. I'm a resident of Sparks, Nevada, a 26-year retired Army colonel, and a representative for Indivisible Northern Nevada. I support AB 355. My testimony is in anticipation that those who oppose AB 355 will argue that if an 18-year-old soldier is old enough to carry a semi-automatic weapon in order to defend our nation, why can't an 18-year-old civilian? My counter to that reasoning is that there is a stark difference between the physical environment of a military setting and a civilian setting. In a military environment, everything is controlled. You have a chain of command, officers and soldiers that monitor and control every aspect of your day from the moment you enter the base. For example, let's say you're going to the weapons range tomorrow. You have an officer and a senior non-commissioned officer in charge of the range, a number of safety officers and NCOs, a range control officer, an armorer, and medics. Their role is to control my firing of my M16.
Ma'am, thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Aaron Rook. That's ERINROOK, and I live in Senate Assembly District 3. I'll keep it brief. When I was in high school when the Columbine massacre occurred. At the time, it seemed like a rare tragedy, but 25 years later, school shootings are so commonplace that active shooter drills are the norm. As an adult, I now worry about my safety in schools, concert venues, and shopping malls. When I first moved to Nevada, I was interested in becoming a substitute teacher until loved ones expressed concern about the risk of gun violence. I ended up working at Fashion Show Mall, which may not have been that much safer, considering that a mass shooting was narrowly averted during my time there. By passing a strong minimum age policy like the one in AB 355, we can reduce youth guns, homicides, and suicides, and take steps to protect our communities from mass casualty events. I urge you to pass AB 355 to keep semi-automatic firearms out of the hands of teenagers. Thank you.
Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Sarah Rojas. I'm here today in support of AB 355. As legislators, you have a responsibility to your constituents to save lives, so I urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits 373. You are unmuted on our end and may begin.
Hello, am I on right now?
Yes, you are. We can hear you.
Okay, my name is John Lott. I'm president of the Crime Prevention Research Center, testifying against the bill. A couple points. You can't compare the homicide rates generally for 18 to 20-year-olds with those who pass criminal background checks. 18 to 20.
Sir, are you in support or opposition?
Opposition.
Okay, we're in support right now, so we ask that you call back. We will be starting opposition in a few minutes.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Next caller.
Hello, chairs and committee members. My name is Victoria Ruiz, Victoria, last name Ruaz, and I strongly support Assembly Bill 355 to raise the minimum age for purchasing assault weapons to 21 years old. Firearms are now the leading cause of death for American children and teens, and research shows that individuals aged 18 to 20 years old commit gun homicides at rates nearly 3 times greater than adults 21 and over, which has already been mentioned. AB 355 could reduce youth gun homicides and suicides, as well as prevent mass shootings. This bill appropriately balances public safety concerns with respect to the Second Amendment by prohibiting access to the most deadly guns while still allowing access to commonly used hunting firearms. Thank you for supporting my testimony, allowing me to testify, and I strongly urge you to support AB 355 to ensure that Nevada is safe for all of us.
Thank you, Chair Miller. This is Eric Chang, ERIC, with 1 API Nevada, ditto.
If you have recently joined and would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 355, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
My name is Clinton Holman. That's Holeman. I am a combat veteran. I'm a gun owner, and I believe, like Colonel Cardin says, you can't compare the military and civilians. And I think it's very important that 355 is passed. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon, Chairs Miller and Scheibel, members of the Joint Judiciary Committee. For the record, my name is Donna West. I reside in Assembly District 14 and Senate District 21. I am a gun owner. Ditto, please pass Assembly Bill 355. Thank you.
There are no other callers choosing to testify in support at this time.
Thank you for that. With that, then we will go ahead and move to opposition here in Carson City. And the same standard applies, 1 minute per person, 10 minutes per Carson City, Las Vegas, and phones. And also asking that you keep your comments brief. And when you can, as you hear, ditto is also appreciated. So, starting here for our first 10 minutes in Carson City. Please begin.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, for the record, Dan Reed, Western Regional Director with the National Rifle Association. We're here in strong opposition today. AB 355. Do I get a restart?
That's the 10 seconds I gave opposition. Yes, you get your 10 seconds.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, for the record, Dan Reed, Western Regional Director with the National Rifle Association. We're here in strong opposition today to AB 355. This bill is unconstitutional on its face. Under both the Nevada Constitution as well as the U.S. Constitution, Nevada Section 1, Article 1, Section 11, is arguably more expansive than the Second Amendment. It goes beyond self-defense to include other lawful purposes, including hunting and target shooting or recreation, et cetera. Also, it was mentioned earlier, Article 1, Section 24, the Equality of Rights Act. This is age discrimination against those under 21 from owning commonly owned firearms. We heard a little bit about the Ninth Circuit. That is directly on par. It's a California case. It is expansive. There are 2 different carve-outs relating to semi-auto centerfire rifles, and that was a straight ban on purchase, not possession. This is more expansive in that front. And the court said that failed constitutional muster under the Heller decision.
1 minute and 10 seconds are up. Your 1 minute and 10 seconds are up.
I would gladly stand for
next
questions.
Person. Thank you. We're not asking questions. Continue. Whoever's next.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jacob Paiva. I'm a real estate agent in northern Nevada and a resident of Lyon County. I'm here in opposition today for gun bills AB 354, 355, and Senate Bill 171 that potentially limit my Second Amendment constitutional rights today and in the future. I mark my journey of becoming a man by the sheer responsibility entrusted in me on how to use guns safely. I participate in hunting events, sports, and otherwise use guns in safe and responsible ways. My observation as a child who grew up with society who were fearful of guns is that the most vulnerable people in society are the ones making gun laws so they can, quote, feel protected. The ability to defend your family, your children, and yourself at sometimes overreaching government is what makes me feel safe in a, quote, unsafe world. The privilege of living in Nevada is so that those rights can be protected, not limited because of today's and society's fears. Also, people who are going to use guns illegally don't check the rule book to determine what they can and cannot do. They are worried about the laws passed because they will break them anyway.
Your 1 minute is up.
Really?
And also, just so everyone knows, we're only taking testimony on Assembly Bill 355. Next.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Jim DeGraffenreid. I'm Nevada's Republican National Committeeman in opposition to AB 355 on behalf of the Nevada Republican Party. We're opposed to AB 355 not because we don't take firearm safety seriously, but because we understand that this is not an effective way to reduce gun violence. Assault weapon bans have been tried many times in the past. Multiple reports reviewed by RAND Corporation have at best shown the bans have uncertain effects on shootings. The Department of Justice reported that the federal ban on assault weapons failed to reduce the average number of victims per incident. These are full bans for all ages. Banning for those under 21 can be expected to have less of an effect. To the point which Assemblyman Gray was not allowed to make earlier, it makes no sense for us to say that persons under 21 are not mature enough to responsibly handle firearms, yet supporters of AB 355 regularly say the young people are mature enough to make permanent changes to their bodies. The Second Amendment is a constitutional right for all persons, not just those over 21. Please oppose AB 355. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Bob Russo for the record. I oppose AB 355. I just want to mention a couple statements from the judges who were on that appeals case in California. Judge Ryan D. Nelson of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals said in his opinion that the law infringed on the Second Amendment rights of those ages 18 to 21. He quotes, a quote here, "America would not exist without the heroism of the young adults who fought and died in our Revolutionary Army. Today, we reaffirm that our Constitution still protects the rights that enable their sacrifice. The right of young adults to keep and bear arms," Nelson wrote. Judge Kenneth Lee concurred, writing, "We cannot allow good intentions to trump an enumerated and a fundamental right, deeply rooted in the history and tradition of this country. No question about it, this bill is unconstitutional, and I ask you to please oppose it." Thank you very much.
William Horn. I oppose AB 355. I am a Vietnam veteran and survivor of Vietnam. Respecting the Second Amendment is not the same as obeying it. I swore to uphold the Constitution and defend it. What the Second Amendment says is a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, arms being military weapons, shall not be infringed. That is, not being infringed is the reason that having a militia is the reason that that shall not be infringed. The right to bear arms is a right of self-defense. We have the right to defend ourselves against a single person, against an incited mob, against a foreign invasion. The right to bear arms is fundamental to our Constitution, and this bill is a violation of our Second Amendment right to bear arms.
Your 1 minute is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Kathy Doyle, Kathydoyle, Secretary, Nevada Federation of Republican Women. The Nevada Federation of Republican Women passed a resolution on February 22nd, 2019, to oppose these restrictive Second Amendment rights. Please vote no on AB 355. The Second Amendment to the U.S. Constitution recognizes the right of the people to keep and bear arms and forbids the infringement of that right. Again, the Nevada Federation of Republican Women urges you to please vote no on AB 355. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Ryan Shane. RYAN SHANE. I please ask you to oppose this bill.
Ditto on all the rights. If you check the Bill of Rights, you will not find the right to buy cigarettes or the right to buy alcohol, but with the right to keep and bear arms, as was stated earlier. I also want to speak to the fact that I'm a lifelong Nevadan, and my family's been here since 1870. And they fled nations where there was an imbalance between the government powers and those of the people. And this bill further widens the gap between the people that are not in the military or armed forces or in law enforcement and those that need the right to defend themselves. I also want to speak to the fact that 99% of these firearms that are out there in public circulation are used lawfully every day. And this bill seeks to control their use on 99% of the land that is not
Sir, your
developed
1
in an
minute is
urban
up.
environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gracie Shane, GRACIE SHANE. Thank you for your time. I am here to voice my opinion on AB 355. It would limit my abilities to hunt game with my family. It's harder for me to lift a pump-action shotgun, which is one of the only guns that I would be able to shoot with if the bill passed, and the recoil is stronger than a semi-automatic shotgun, which the bill would prohibit. This makes it much harder for kids like me to go hunting waterfowl or big game. As a Carson City 4-H shooting sports member, this bill would also limit our experience and safety while participating in club activities. Kids 14 years and older can shoot shotgun and rifle in 4-H competitions, and some kids in our club, the experience may not even be possible. Kids that are smaller in size or weight may not be able to hold a pump action or muzzleloader, and the recoil might knock it out of their hands. This would minimize our 4-H community and leave kids out. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tracy Shane, TRACYSHANE. I'm a Carson City resident and have also been a lifelong Nevada resident. I am here asking you to oppose AB 355 in its current form. My children do hunt waterfowl and big game. They contribute to our desire to teach our family how to not only safely use firearms and to respect all human and animal life in doing so, and harvesting game for our family's healthy consumption is incredibly important to us, and also learning how to manage the habitat for that game and contributing to the quality of the habitat. Asking my children to use firearms that are inappropriate for their age and dexterity level, such as a pump action or a side-by-side shotgun during waterfowl hunting, is inherently sexist. They're small. They are not going to take that 40% extra as a man.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairs. For the record, Cindy Martinez. I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I am a retired Nevada State Peace Officer, and I'm also an NRA certified range safety officer. And every time one of these shootings occurs, it angers me, not because that they had access to the firearms, but that they were mentally ill, deranged people whose behavior and shortcomings were not addressed before they got their hands on the weapon of destruction, if you want to call it that. So this bill AB 355 does nothing to address mental illness. It does nothing to say anything about the destroyed societal influence on families, on broken families, on young men growing up in families with single mother leading the household who don't model male leadership to these young men. This bill does nothing to do that. In addition to that, I'm troubled by the way it was framed.
Your 1 minute is up.
Thank you.
And at this point, we are moving to Las Vegas. Is there anyone in opposition in Las Vegas? We are done here with opposition in Carson City. We're moving to Las Vegas. Please make sure you submit your comments. You can email us, send letters, so we get it on the record. Please proceed there in Las Vegas.
Hello, my name is Neil Gilfillan. I live in West Las Vegas, and I apologize for speaking out of turn earlier. I'm a veteran opposed to AB 355. If a person can be sent to war, then they should have a chance to defend themselves against weapons of war at home, too. I would prefer that our 82nd legislature ban all assault rifles from anyone's possession, but so-called rational thought says that's not going to happen. Removing rights from some will not heal wounds from the past and will be overturned. Life-jeopardizing behavior might stand, though. Work hard and do good. Peace. Thank you.
My name is Leslie Quinn, and I oppose AB 355. The Second Amendment protects an individual's right to possess a firearm unconnected with service in the military or age, to use for traditionally lawful purposes such as self-defense within the home or hunting for food. Criminals, regardless of age, will always get weapons to do their nefarious deeds. A CDC report dated March 13, 2023, states the primary cause of teenage deaths is injuries sustained by accidents. Guns are not the only way to kill a mass number of people. There is biowar, drugs, and fear-mongering. I mourn with all that have suffered from any mass shootings, regardless of the shooter's age. Please vote no on AB 355. Thank you.
Matthew Yealy, Yankee Echo Alpha Lima Yankee. An assault Las Vegas native, NRA lifetime, range safety officer, citizen. Assault rifle, by definition, is a fully automatic or select fire weapon. It is not just a center fire. All new firearms come equipped. I also work for a gun shop, oldest gun shop in town. All new firearms come with a locking mechanisms of some kind. Locking secure storage is not defined clearly. It is vague interpretation. Suicides are typically done with a handgun, not a rifle or a shotgun. I akin this bill to something as, 18 to 21-year-olds, your First Amendment rights, you can have them, but you can only have speech and religion, but not assembly or press. We'll think about giving you redress of grievances. This is a poorly written law. It does not hold up to constitutional muster or state constitutional muster. Please oppose AB 355. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Las Vegas in opposition? Okay, broadcasting, open the lines, please.
To testify in opposition to Assembly Bill 355, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hi, this is Catherine Ivanov, Ivanoff. I am calling to testify in opposition of this. Everybody that spoke on support mentioned that it's number one cause of death, but never mentioned where they got their facts from. I want them to go back and say if they say that is their opinion or if that's a factual statement, because we were told if we say factual statements that are not factual, we can be sued. Because the only person that testified in opposition for this actually show where she got the facts from the CDC. It's not number one cause of death according to the CDC. The other thing I wanted to mention is that, as far as I know, you all swear oath to protect the Constitution.
Ma'am, your 1 minute is up. Ma'am, your 1 minute is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. And could you please submit your comments in writing because the volume was a little low, so we want to make sure we have those accurate for the record. Next caller.
Hello, everyone. CYRUSHOJJATY. If this law passes, we might as well make it 21 to change our gender, own property, vote, get drafted in the military, attend college, and drag shows, and drive, not to mention. I'd also like to have some proof on whether these tobacco and drinking ages actually worked. If you watch the film, Vegas Vacation, you'll find that an underage person was actually gambling and that did not successfully solve the problem. And I'd also be cautious about hearing testimonies from billionaire-funded lobby groups. Yield my time.
Caller with the last three digits 607, please press *6 to unmute your phone.
Hello, my name is Michael Ryan, Michael, last name Ryan. I'm a longtime resident of Nevada, a Marine Corps veteran, and a responsible gun owner. Assembly Bill 355 has no exceptions for hunting or training. Nevada families have a long tradition of teaching kids safe gun handling and hunting as a family activity. Do not harm Nevada families by taking these activities away. The bill represents infringement of a core constitutional right without any indication that it will do anything to reduce gun violence. Please do not support this bill. Thank you.
Hello, this is Bruce Parks, BRUCEPARKS. I'm chairman of the Washoe County Republican Party. We oppose this bill on the grounds that not a single law on the books does anything to make anybody safer. The only thing they do is infringe upon the rights of law-abiding citizens. The statistics that were put out here today that guns are the leading cause of death for 18 and below is patently false. And once you take out gang-related crimes, that statistic drops way down to less than 40 on the list. I want to quote C.S. Lewis here. Of all tyrannies, a tyranny sincerely exercised for the good of its victims may be the most oppressive. It would be better to live under robber barons than under omnipotent moral busybodies. Thank you.
Hello?
Caller with the last three digits 895, you're unmuted and may begin.
Yes, my name is Norma Skurlock, Scurlock. And what I'm asking of you today is not to pass AB 355. Your duty that you swore when you took this office was to the Constitution. Nowhere in the Constitution is there age limit on guns. We have great gun safety here in Nevada. I have two daughters who shoot. We'll never, ever have an accident because we take gun safety classes. And I ditto everything else everyone says, and I thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Lorena Cardenas, LORENACARDENAS. It is not up to the states to regulate constitutional rights. This is an abuse of power. Those sitting in support of more government control don't know the stupid game they're playing. All this just falls in line with all the gun control rhetoric being spread across the country. Don't make it harder for us citizens to protect ourselves by regulating who owns guns and where you're able to protect yourself. By this quote-unquote gun sense, say a hardworking 20-year-old gets carjacked, shot and killed because he wasn't able to defend himself with his own gun. What would you say then? Sorry, buddy, you didn't make the cutoff. Now, how does that make sense? You're behaving in an un-American and treasonous manner. Your created safe zones might as well be called vulnerable citizen zones. Guns save a lot more lives than they take. It's hypocritical that you're alarmed at the violence in America with young people when you have propagated the loss of morals and the value of life by defending the murder of babies and normalizing mental illness. If Brittany Miller really cared about the safety of teachers, she would have done
Ma'am,
something
your
to put
1 minute
measures in
is
place
up.
so they would have
Ma'am,
been
your 1
protected.
minute is up.
I
Next
also don't
caller.
appreciate her
Next caller.
Hello, my name is Chandler Arnold of Las Vegas. That's ChandlerArnold.
This bill has lots of problems, but my time is limited. This bill has nothing to do with the October 1st shooting from 6 years ago, nor school shootings, nor common sense. It is flatly unconstitutional on its face to both the U.S. and Nevada constitutions. And similar laws as this have been tossed by the courts, as noted by Senator Hansen and others. Having read the bill, it would create an additional backdoor safe storage law that would not reduce crime or violence. It would only serve to eliminate shooting sports using those firearms in question and would penalize people shooting with their kids at the range. While it is convenient to highlight the handful of sensational shootings using semi-autos and regurgitate pablum about assault weapons, the facts are that the overwhelming majority of shootings of all kinds use handguns, which already require the purchaser to be 21 from an FFL. Also, the 2A does not change because of Bruin. SCOTUS just told the lower courts they had to follow it via strict scrutiny and applying text and tradition. As someone who grew up in Las Vegas, if this bill were law when I was growing up, you would have thrown my parents in jail for teaching me gun safety. Oppose 355.
Hello, my name is Jody Thornley, Jodi-Thornley, calling from rural Nevada. I just want to say ditto to all those in opposition to AB 355 and request that you vote no on this bill. It takes multiple minutes for, if you call 911 to get someone to your house if there's an emergency. It's unlawful to take away people's rights to defend themselves. Thank you so much. Please oppose AB 355.
Broadcasting is...
Caller with the last three digits, 251. You're unmuted and may begin.
This is Alex Rodriguez, ALEX-RODRIGUES. I'm with the Libertarian Party. I'm calling in opposed to AB 255 because this is strictly against the Nevada State Constitution, Article 1, Section 11. If a 14-year-old can be trusted to have a sex change with her body, why can't an 18-year-old be trusted to protect himself in the dangerous streets of Las Vegas? That's all I got to say.
Hi, my name is John Lott. I'm president of the Crime Prevention Research Center. I've served as the senior advisor for research and statistics in the Department of Justice. This bill will lead to more deaths. You can't compare the homicide rates for 18 to 20-year-olds with those that pass criminal background checks. In Nevada, those 18 to 20-year-olds who pass criminal background checks are just as law-abiding as those older than 21. You're going to be preventing self-defense. People 18 to 20 use guns in self-defense. The claim that guns are the leading cause of death for children is false. It includes, first of all, 18, 19-year-olds. It includes justifiable homicide. Most of the remaining deaths, as has been pointed out, are gang fights. The Bruin decision asked courts to look at what laws were in place in 1791 and 1868. It's very clear that this law will not pass constitutional muster. There were no states in any of those periods of time that banned guns based on age. In fact, the opposite was true.
Sir, your 1 minute is up. Sir, your 1 minute is up. Okay, thank you. And with that, that concludes opposition. We will move on to neutral. You're neutral? Okay, so, and I just want to caution people too, because I know sometimes neutral tends to dip in another direction, right? And so let's make sure that it stays neutral, not sort of supporting, sort of opposing, but neutral. Because if it is not, then I will have to ask people to end their testimony, okay? So with that, we will start. Again, same 10 minutes in every location, 1 minute per person, neutral, go.
Okay, Richard Nagel for the record, Nagel. Mike, it's more of a question.
We're not answering questions, sir. I need to hear from you.
What I'm saying is, in neutrality to this, that people stated that gun violence is the leading cause of death in the U.S., but I have not been able to, I Googled that when I heard that, and I have not been able to find anything on the CDC website or the FBI website to back this up. So I wish that people would be required, when they make statements, that they should submit in writing, like they're supposed to, that these statements be upheld. And I would appreciate everybody following the rules and paying attention to that, and that nobody gets a pass on that. So please look into that. I appreciate that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm Tom Martin, Tommartin. I'm glad the gentleman clarified the terminology, because an assault weapon is capable of full automatic fire or has a selector to switch between full auto and semi-auto. So automatic rifles and shotguns, semi-auto rifles and shotguns, are technically not assault weapons. The other thing is, when it comes to competition, a lot of the competition has a lot of young people, and the AR-type weapons are generally a necessity, because otherwise you can't keep up with the stuff that an old scudder like me shoots. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in Carson City in neutral? Thank you to both of you. That was pretty good for neutral as well, too. Going to Las Vegas for neutral.
Thank you. My name is Mike Messenger. I'm a resident of the city of Henderson. I'm here to make 3 basic points. First, legislative efforts to reduce the types and availability of guns to troubled individuals may be steps in the right direction, but are not adequate to solve the rapidly escalating gun control crisis and the related dramatic increase in teenage suicides. Worse, these efforts spur what we've just witnessed in the first 45 minutes of people fighting against each other on gun control and not thinking about the root causes of the problem, which in my judgment are depression, unresolved anger, copycat behaviors for shooters that are encouraged by mainstream and social media, and a variety of other factors in our society. The solution is to think about politics as the art of the possible. Nevada legislators should work at the local level to encourage the growth of community-wide efforts to provide funds to increase the level of mental health resources available to thousands of depressed, alienated, isolated teenagers and young adults.
Sir, your 1 minute
Research
is
shows
up.
that
Your 1 minute is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. But again, I appreciate these textbook examples of neutral. Is there anyone else there in Las Vegas that would like to testify in neutral? Broadcasting, will you open the telephone lines, please?
To testify in neutral to Assembly Bill 355, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, all right. Thank you. My name is Bridget Oka. That's OKA. I'm in Las Vegas. And ditto to the man who went before. I think we're missing the mark. I think everybody's objectives are probably good. I can't disagree with any of them, but we're sort of hitting the mark on this. And so I ditto the guy before me. Thank you.
Hi, Katrina Ivanov for the record. I wanted to express my understanding to the people of gun violence. I just wanted to urge them to think about how was this gun violence stopped. I'm pretty sure in every case was by another person with a gun, just with good intentions. And I wanted to add an amendment. If you're going to be voting yes on this, please add an amendment to include, if at 21 is the age to purchase gun, then that should be the age to be deciding if you're going to be able to get transgender surgery. That should be the age for voting. Please add that.
If you are not developed enough in your brain to make a decision to purchase a firearm, you're not developed enough in your brain to make a decision to mutilate your body, and you're definitely not enough to make old enough
Ma'am,
to
your
make a
1 minute
decision
is up.
to vote.
Your 1 minute is up.
Hello, my name is Lorena Cardenas, Lorena Cardena. I know that this is a hot button issue, but our legislators have a responsibility to be unbiased, and I don't believe Brittany Miller is doing that by constantly shutting down opinion that she does not favor. And
Okay,
that
next
is
caller.
horrible. It's a very
I know everyone in this room and that's watching knows that it has been consistent, it's been timed, and it's been fair.
If you have recently joined and would like to testify in neutral to Assembly Bill 355, please press star 9 now.
I'll ditto the comments of everybody else. CYRUS. Killed my time.
There are no other callers choosing to testify in neutral at this time.
Thank you so much for that. With that, I will welcome the bill sponsor back up for any final remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for letting me present Assembly Bill 355 and share my story. Just like I know it's hard to share, I know it's equally hard to hear. You heard the opposition say that it's not the state's job to regulate firearms, but Senate Bill 175 of the 2015 session did just that. Senate Bill 175, quote, established state control over regulating firearms, end quote. So that bill said that we have the sole responsibility of regulating firearms, no one else. It's our job. You also heard the opposition say that guns aren't the leading cause of death of children, but that's false. Right now, guns are the #1 cause of death of our children, killing 19,000 children every single year. 6 of the last deadliest mass shootings in the last 5 years, some of which took place in our children's schools, were committed by people under 21. Chair and committee, I believe that we can protect second graders and the Second Amendment at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, I will officially close the hearing on Assembly Bill 355. Our next bill is Assembly Bill 354. It is presented by Assemblywoman Sandra Howdigi, Olivia Lee, Legal Counsel with Everytown for Gun Safety, Tanya Shart, Senior Counsel and Director of State and Federal Policy with Brady United Against Gun Violence, and David Pacino, Deputy Chief Counsel with Giffords Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence. With that, I'll give you all a moment to get settled, and please proceed when you're ready.
Madam Chair and members of the Judiciary, in the words of my colleague, I'm still Assemblywoman Sandra Howdigi, representing Assembly District 41, and I am proud to be here. I will keep my remarks brief since I've already shared my personal remarks. I'm also here today to present Assembly Bill 354, which is designed to protect our election workers and our right to vote without fear of intimidation. No one should fear going to the polling booth to cast their vote or sign up to do their civic duty to support democracy in action by being an election worker because someone with a gun is targeting or threatening the most fundamental American right, the right to vote. Additionally, 354 prohibits people from bringing firearms to polling locations and tightens up our law prohibiting ghost guns so that the sellers of these unmarked, untraceable guns can't skirt it on a technicality. Madam Chair, with your permission, I would now like to turn it over to Tanya Shart, followed by Olivia Lee with Everytown, and then David Pacino, who is joining us on Zoom.
Thank you so much. Again, Tanya Shart, Senior Counsel and Director of State and Federal Policy. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak in support of AB 354. Allowing firearms at polling stations is voter intimidation, plain and simple. The presence of guns at or around polling places poses a danger to the process of fair and free elections simply because of the inherent threat to voters' emotional and physical well-being. We all saw the images of armed far-right extremists standing and watching a ballot drop box in Arizona's largest county, intimidating voters and causing concern around the state of violence at the polls. Nevadans have experienced voter intimidation firsthand, as we saw with the angry mobs posted outside of Carson County counting centers in 2020, and more recently with reports of voter suppression during the midterm elections in 2022. Voter intimidation is not only dangerous, it's unlawful, and the most dangerous form is armed intimidation, which further contributes to the growing gun violence epidemic in our nation. It threatens one of our most fundamental rights in democracy's most sensitive location, the voting booth. The rate of firearm ownership has grown exponentially alongside deepening ideological divides, and this potent combination has led to a proliferation and increased threat of extremist militia organizations nationwide that continue to use firearms in threatening and intimidating ways, including near or at polling locations or outside recount locations. Armed voter intimidation is a reality that public officials must assume will continue and must take action on it to protect their constituents. I will note that in the recent SCOTUS decision in Bruin, the majority opinion specifically notes the constitutionality of laws prohibiting the possession of firearms in certain sensitive locations and identifies polling places as one of those locations. Proactive steps like AB 354 must be taken to ensure that Nevadans can feel safe when they go to the ballot box. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Olivia Lee. For the record, counsel at Everytown for Gun Safety. I work in Nevada. This bill, AB 354, does two critical things. It protects the democratic process in Nevada by keeping guns away from polling places, ballot boxes, and counting centers. It also ensures that the state will be able to enforce its ghost guns law, but I'm here to talk about the first topic. Voting is a fundamental constitutional right. Every American should be able to vote free from intimidation, and every American should be able to have their vote counted fairly. We've seen over the last several years how firearms erode peace, order, and fairness in our democratic processes. Before the pandemic, armed demonstrations were already on the rise, often involving white supremacist groups. Between May and December of 2020, there were at least 85 incidents of armed demonstrations at state capitals. During the 2020 election, armed protesters gathered outside vote tabulation centers in Nevada, a state that was targeted by Stop the Count efforts. Former Clark County Registrar Joe Gloria told the press that year, "I can tell you that my wife and my mother are concerned for me, and I am concerned for the safety of my staff." Gloria had asked the Nevada Assembly to ban guns in polling places back in 2017. 2021 began with the insurrection in Washington, D.C., where armed protesters gathered motivated by severe misinformation about voter fraud. These continuing widespread lies motivate violence to this day, fray our democratic structures. The Brennan Center for Justice has found that after 2020, nearly 1/3 of election workers feel unsafe because of their job, and nearly 20% of them said it was because of threats to their lives. The unrest and incivility of the 2020 election pushed many election officials into resignation. Nevada lost top 10 election officials in 10 counties. There is no reason to think that without lawmaker action, future elections will be more peaceful. Armed vigilantes stood outside ballot boxes in neighboring Arizona during the 2022 midterms. Prohibiting guns at polling places and counting centers is a broadly recommended policy meant to safeguard our voters, our poll workers, and our election officials. Everytown urges you to pass AB 354.
Madam Chair, if we could have David Pacino.
Good afternoon.
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is David Pacino, P-U-C-I-N-O. I'm the Deputy Chief Counsel of Giffords Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence, the gun violence prevention organization founded by former Congresswoman and gun violence survivor, Gabby Giffords. And I'm pleased to speak in support of AB 354, and I'll specifically be addressing Section 2, which is about the problem of ghost guns.
Ghost guns are untraceable firearms that are sold in an unfinished form so that they can evade laws that require serialization, record keeping, and most importantly, background checks. They can be completed into functional form in as few as 20 minutes. In recent years, the number of ghost guns that are seized in connection with crime has skyrocketed. According to ATF records, in 2017, there were 1,600, and in 2021, there were over 19,000. And those numbers are likely a gross underreport of the actual number seized in connection with crime. In 2021, Nevada enacted a law restricting the sale of the unregulated nearly complete parts, which are called unfinished frames and unfinished receivers that are used to make ghost guns. AB 354 will clarify and update the definitions contained within that legislation in light of a few recent developments. One of these developments is that ATF has itself enacted some regulations to address the ghost gun problem and has expanded federal definitions to include some of these parts. Another development is that the ghost gun industry has continued to innovate, one might say, which means finding new ways to skirt our laws. And this definition will end those evasions and make sure that people who are prohibited from possessing a gun are not able to obtain a ghost gun.
Madam Chair, we are ready for questions.
Thank you for that. I believe our first question is from Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch. Oh, no, okay. All right, our next question is from Assemblyman Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Section 1, would you guys be willing to strike Section 1 and actually only prohibit people with malicious, or prosecute people with malicious intent?
Thank you for the question, Assemblyman Gray. Assemblywoman Sandra Howdicky for the record. I am working on an amendment to the bill that will address Section 1. We're not striking it in its entirety, but we will be making some changes to it. Thank you, Assemblyman.
Thank you. Next question is from Senator Wynn.
Thank you, and thank you for that presentation. Can you explain, does this conflict with carry concealed or open carry laws?
It won't. It will create a sensitive place, essentially, where you, irrespective of whether or not you would be otherwise permitted to carry a firearm concealed because you have a concealed carry permit, you would be precluded from carrying a firearm at the polling location. My apologies, Tanya Shart.
Yes, thank you. Please make sure you're stating your name for the record. Our next question is from Senator Stone.
Thank you again for the presentation. With the potential passage of this bill, it's obviously going to get a lot of media attention that our polling places are basically going to be firearm-free. This may tip off a mentally unstable person that is reacting to the intense division that we seem to have in this country at this time. And I think it can make the polling place dangerous to be an attraction for somebody that wants to do some damage. There are not enough public safety officials to monitor every polling place. So my concern is, and related to the last question, that why not allow people that have lawfully gotten a CCW from a sheriff following all the safety protocols to make sure that if there is a active shooter at a polling place, that at least we have some ancillary help to public safety that may or not be there to protect the voting public.
Tanya Shart, but through the chair.
Please go direct.
Thank you so much. I think, first of all, this does create exceptions for law enforcement and for security. I also think what we know is that more guns in public doesn't actually make us safer. So I don't think that one should assume that allowing people to carry firearms at a polling location would actually improve the safety of those there. I actually think it actually heightens the risk for unlawful activity and increases the danger. And I just want to reiterate again, the Bruin Court identified specifically that this is a sensitive place that historically has been deemed a location where firearms should not be permitted.
Thank you for that. Our next question is from Assemblywoman Hardy.
Thank you, Chair. And this is a perfect follow-up to Senator Stone here when we're discussing polling places. So I know in Clark County, a lot of those places are, malls and grocery stores, things like that. So I'm assuming that would be included. And if we're talking about somebody with a CCW going there, maybe they're not even voting, they're just going to the mall, would they be in violation of this? And then also following up again, we're advertising, kind of basically putting out there, these are gun-free zones. So somebody that is intent on committing a violent act, now they know there's people that are vulnerable in those places. If you could address that, thank you.
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Sandra Howdicke, for the record. And as I've had discussions on this bill with many of my colleagues, some of the suggestions that came that will be addressed in the amendment is the use of signage so that people know that firearms are prohibited within sensitive locations, the sensitive location being a polling site. The law, the bill as it is written, does exempt things like your vehicle. So if someone does come across that sign, they can go and leave it in their vehicle, because under Section 1 sub 2C, it gives the protections for vehicles.
Thank you. Our next question is from Assemblyman Urick.
Thank you, Chair. I'm starting to I can't say I'm even starting. I have been questioning kind of the validity of the policy that we're trying to impose here. And I'm thinking in the broader context, maybe you could address it, and I think it kind of ties to what Senator Stone was saying earlier. It seems like as we've increased the number and the locations and the places of what we'll just call it the gun-free zone is what I think we all know what we would be referring to. These are places like schools, parks, playgrounds, hospitals, and places like that. That as we do that, if we look in the news with the horrible stories that we've been referring to during the last hearing and this one, that those have, it seems like, become the very targets and places where people are engaging in this just horrific activity. And so I think tying to what Senator Stone was asking is, are we concerned that in our effort to kind of make these places safer by creating a law that says no guns could be here, would it then potentially fall in line with these other gun-free zones that have kind of targeted themselves as places where people can engage in, violent activity without the potential of somebody being there to fend that off?
For the record, Olivia Lee, and Madam Chair.
Please go direct.
Thank you. So there is no evidence that gun-free zones of the type that Ms. Shart was speaking of, and of the type that the Supreme Court identified as sensitive locations, attract mass shootings. In fact, fewer than 10% of mass shootings occur in locations that we know of as gun-free zones. Most of them occur in places where firearms are permitted.
Thank you. Our next question is from Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question really boils down to just very pragmatic. How is this going to be enforced? I mean, you have tens of thousands of Nevadans now that are CCW holders. What is the enforcement mechanism when somebody's within 100, whatever the distance is? How would it be enforced? 100 yards, excuse me.
Tanya Sharp, for the record. I mean, I think the hope would be by establishing the law that those CCW permit holders would comply with the law and simply not bring their firearms to the polling places. And if they were to do so, law enforcement would be notified and they would be arrested.
Love to have a follow-up, but I guess not.
Let's get through the first round and see if we have time, okay?
Thank you.
Because we have another Hansen in line as well, so. We'll go to Senator Krasner.
Thank you, Chair Miller. Thank you for your presentation. My question has to do with Section 1, Sub 1, except as otherwise provided in Subsection 2, a person shall not possess or cause a firearm to be present in or within 100 yards of the entrance of a place the person knows or reasonably should have known as an election site. So let's say someone is legally carrying a firearm, they have a CCW permit, and last year Rayleigh's was not a election site, but this year I'm going to go do my grocery shopping and lo and behold, Rayleigh's is an election site. So is there anything regarding intent, or am I now in violation of the law? Thank you.
Tanya Sharp for the record. I actually think the language person knows or reasonably should know establishes that they have to have knowledge or should have known that this was an election site. So I actually think it creates an opportunity for that person to be able to say, I had no idea that this was an election site, this was a mistake. Further, I think that there will be an amendment to add signage to locations, so it's very explicit and clear that these locations are polling places.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Assemblywoman Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to the conversation that's been had regarding a CCW person comes into the mall or the grocery store, and they're carrying their concealed weapon, they have their permit, and then they realize, oops, I can't have this here. I think Assemblywoman Hadagi, you said maybe that you could go put it in your car, but if it's about safety, Everytown Research and Policy has an article from March of 2022 that gun thefts from cars are the largest source of stolen guns. So are we concerned that we're replacing one worry with a substantially greater worry?
Olivia Lee, for the record, with Everytown for Gun Safety. So with that statistic, that research was done mostly of guns that are stored insecurely. And so our organization advocates for secure storage practices, secure storage regulation in all 50 states. I know that the South has a particular problem with firearms being stolen from cars, and it's why we're pushing legislation there to say, if you're going to put your gun in your car, make sure you store the ammunition separately, you lock it up, you keep it out of view from someone who's passing your window. So if someone wants to leave their firearm in their car, that's fine, and they should absolutely do it with the utmost safety precautions.
Thank you for that. Our next question is from Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing these important bills and trying to keep us safe while we are voting, which is, I think, fundamental to our democracy. My question is on the ballot boxes versus the polling places. I know that polling places have lots of signage that say electioneering beyond this point, and so I appreciate your point about signage. Do you happen to know where we might find ballot boxes and how often you might find a ballot box completely separate from a polling place? I know in Washoe County they're often in the same place.
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman. I can't personally answer that. I know that we have partner organizations here, and I know that we have the Clark County registrars here who are going to be testifying, who might be, that question might be better directed to them.
Assemblywoman, are they part of your presentation from the registries? They're just testifying. We do have representatives from Secretary of State here, if you would like that question answered. So, yes, Deputy Director Mark Voloshin is here from Secretary of State. So if you could come up and respond to that. Thank you so much.
Mark Voloshin, Deputy Secretary of State for Elections, for the record. Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman. In regards to the presence of the drop boxes, you are right that a number of our counties do have them co-located with our polling locations across the state. There is a lot of ongoing discussion, too, about the need for additional ones, in some cases standalone. We currently do have some that are standalone and not part of other locations or other polling locations, but right now it is kind of a minority of the total. But we do anticipate in the coming election cycles to potentially have more that are standalone secured locations throughout the communities to be able to facilitate voters dropping off their ballots. Excuse me. Does that answer your question?
Deputy Director, I'd like to clarify on that.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're saying that now currently there are some that are separate from an actual polling place. Is that by any chance specific to whether or not it's like in our larger counties like Clark and Washoe and maybe the rules don't? Is there any, does that come into any of that decision making of where those ballot boxes are?
Mark Voloshin for the record. Yes, Chair, it does. Absolutely. It is the number of the rurals will have a ballot drop box secured outside of, for example, a county courthouse or those sorts of locations. And then in our larger counties, they do currently have them co-located in the other polling locations.
Okay. Thank you for that. We have a question from Senator Dondero Loop, which is related to this. So, Deputy Director, this may be for you as well.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So my question is that we have polling, a lot of our polling places are, I don't know, schools, community centers, our county government buildings or city buildings. Those are already gun-free zones. So I would assume, and you're going to have to just sort of answer yes or no and then give me more info. I would assume that people are already adhering to this. Like they can't, those are gun-free zones, so they're not walking in there with guns now. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman. Mark Voloshin for the record. The policy that's currently in place is if a location currently does not allow firearms into it and it is a polling location, then that continues on while it is a polling location. But ultimately, if it is a privately owned location that does allow the carry of a firearm into that location and it's used as a polling location, then guns would be allowed.
So I'm not allowed.
Do you need a follow-up?
I'm follow-up. Thank you. I was just gonna
Quickly,
clarify.
Senator.
That's all right. That's all right.
Do you want to clarify?
I was just going to say, so if I go to my neighborhood school to vote and I have a CCW, I cannot use it. I cannot carry into that school.
Mark Voloshin for the record. That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question as well. You said that, and I know we have in legislation the number of drop boxes and polling places per county. You said you made it sound like you're anticipating that the number of drop boxes that would be separate from an existing polling place, that's going to be expanded upon?
Mark Voloshin for the record. Yes, Chair, there is in statute requirements for the minimum numbers, but as we look to not just the 24 election cycle, but really over the next 5 to 10 years, we are identifying an increased use in the mail ballots by voters, and if voters continue to use more mail ballots, we want to make sure that they have the opportunities to drop them off potentially independently from the number of in-person voting locations. So it's something that we're aware of and that we're tracking very closely to make sure we meet the needs of the electorate within the confines, of course, of our statutes, but it's something that we're simply watching.
Thank you so much. And Deputy Director, thank you for your willingness to always just jump up and, impromptu and always be prepared with excellent answers. And thank you for that. With that, we do have a few more questions. The next one's from Assemblywoman Gallant.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question about the definitions for the frames and the receivers in terms of, it seems like it differs a lot from the ATF definition. And so can you describe what part of the firearm needs to be serialized? And, and I ask because there's a lot of people that have hobbies where they like to modify their parts. And so I think it's not really clear on what would be, like what they need to have serialized and marked. And so I think some clarity with that so we can make sure law-abiding citizens are not breaking the law unintentionally.
This is David Pacino for the record. Completely agree and appreciate that question. Consistent with federal regulations, it is the frame or the receiver that will bear the serial number. The frame is generally the same part in the case of a handgun. The receiver is that part in the case of a long gun.
All right, thank you for that. We have one more question from Senator Orangel.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Majority Leader Hadegui, thank you for bringing this legislation. I've been troubled by the uptick in threats, intimidation, harassment of other voters at polling places and of election officials. And literature I've read says it's really grown recently. So I just wonder if anyone has any information about states, counties, cities that have enacted state laws or ordinances similar to this, whether there's been a reduction in those threats, intimidation, harassment of election officials and other voters, if anyone has information about that.
Tanya Shard on the record. I don't have that specific data. What I can tell you is that Arizona, California, Colorado, DC, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Nebraska, New Jersey, New York, Ohio, South Carolina, Texas, Virginia, and Washington all have laws regulating the carrying of firearms at polling places.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And with that, that looks like we conclude our questions. Thank you so much. We will move into testimony for support. I appreciate everyone, understanding what we're asking when it comes to timing and all that kind of stuff. So it's going to be the same procedure again. Asking that everyone keep it to 1 minute. We will do 30 minutes for support, and then 30 minutes for opposition, and then 30 minutes for neutral. And of course, we will rotate between here in Carson City, Las Vegas, and of course on the phones. So again, our 1 minute and our 10 minutes here in Carson for support of Assembly Bill 354 begins now.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Emily Prasad Zamora, PERSAUD-ZAMORA. I'm the Executive Director of Silver State Voices that leads the Let Nevadans Vote Coalition, and we're in strong support of AB 354. Through our election protection work, we oversee the 866 Our Vote national hotline. That is a nonpartisan hotline that Republicans, nonpartisans, Democrats, and folks of all the political spectrum call. One caller in the 2022 election called our hotline and advised that they felt intimidated because another voter wore a shirt that said, "If you take my guns, I will shoot you." I can only imagine how uncomfortable the caller would feel about an actual firearm on site. Part of our work, in addition, is helping to recruit poll workers. Unfortunately, physical safety is still a top concern for poll workers. This bill will go a long way in assuring safety and recruitment efforts for poll workers, who are mostly temporary workers.
Your 1 minute is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Willett, and I am the grassroots manager at All Voting is Local Action, an organization whose mission is to fight for policies and legislative priorities that expand voter access. The presence of guns at polling places can create an intimidating environment that may discourage voters from exercising their right to vote. For just one example, due to time, in the 2020 election, Washoe County poll monitors reported people were standing outside and pointing guns at the polling place, which frightened voters and workers. Such incidents undermine the democratic process and erode trust in the election system. Thank you. We encourage you to support AB 354.
Good afternoon, chairs and members of the committee. My name is Annette Magnus, and I'm the Executive Director of Battleborn Progress. We stand in strong support of AB 354. This bill will help us ensure that all ideologies can participate or work in election sites safely, keeping our elections and voters safe. It is the Nevada way. As an employer who sends her staff out to do election protection work each election, I have seen these threats and experienced them firsthand, both at election departments and polling locations. You should not need a gun to vote. The other portion will also help in making us safer with the clarification of the definition around ghost guns. Please support AB 354.
My name is Christiane Brown, for the record, from Brady, Nevada, in strong support of AB 354. Voting, the opportunity to voice our opinions in a peaceful way, is the very essence of our democracy. But in recent years, a fringe minority of Americans who thrive on whipping up disagreement, hatred, and fear rather than finding common ground have chosen to position themselves outside voting locations, brandishing firearms. They're not there for democracy. They're not there for patriotism. Their intent is to threaten, intimidate, and create an atmosphere of fear to deter voters. This is sadly why AB 354 is necessary. Those who love to cite their Second Amendment rights in opposition to gun violence legislation should know armed extremists are showing up at polling places for one reason: to create an atmosphere of fear. The 15th, 19th, and 26th Amendment are allowed to be exercised, and those are our rights to vote. AB 354 is necessary to protect those rights. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Christine Saunders, and I'm the Policy Director with the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada, here in support of Assembly Bill 354. A plan we believe our democracy is most vibrant the more people who are participating in it. Yet allowing firearms at polling locations can make voters feel threatened or intimidated and unlikely to want to wait and stay in line. We must ensure that voting is a positive and safe experience so that everyone's voice can be heard in our political process. We urge your support. Thank you.
Hello again, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Serena Evans. I'm the Policy Director for the Nevada Coalition to End Domestic and Sexual Violence. I want to specifically put on record support for the section addressing ghost guns. Doing a quick Google search for ghost guns, I found article after article detailing chilling stories of men murdering their children and wives and taking their own lives. These articles noted how all of these individuals had one thing in common. They had documented histories of domestic violence and all had convictions or protection orders issued against them, prohibiting them from owning or buying firearms. However, due to easily accessible ghost guns, they were able to obtain illegal firearms and inflict horrendous acts of malicious and intentional violence. While I'm here, I do just want to remind you all that Nevada continuously ranks in the top 10 states for women murdered by men, and we urge common sense gun legislation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Brianna Escamilla, and I'm here on behalf of Planned Parenthood Votes Nevada. For the sake of time, I will just say that we echo the sentiments of our partners, and we believe that all Nevadans deserve the right to exercise their right to vote without fear of armed intimidation. Thank you.
My name is Jamie Bunnell, Jamie-Bunnell. I live in Las Vegas. I'm a gun owner, the mother of 5, and the proud spouse of a Marine Corps veteran. I'm a volunteer with Moms Demand Action. As a gun owner, I believe there is a threshold of responsibility that must be met in order to possess a firearm whose purpose is taking away life. It is essential to our democracy, the democracy that my husband fought to preserve with 9 years of service, that all eligible Nevadans are able to vote, volunteer, and work at a polling place without the threat of armed intimidation. Please vote to support AB 354. Thank you.
My name is Jamie Spottelson Bruce, Jaime-Spottlesson I'm from West Henderson, Senate District 20, Assembly District 23. I'm a stay-at-home parent, and I like to bring my 2 little boys, who are 5 and 8, to the polls with me on Election Day to show them the power of voting. And we deserve to feel and be safe while doing so. AB 354 would also fix Nevada's ghost gun law so that people who are a danger to themselves or others can't build untraceable firearms without going through a background check. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Diss, D-I-S-S, and I live in Reno, and I'm a volunteer with Moms Demand Action Nevada. I'm here today to voice my support for AB 354. Guns have no place in polling places where citizens exercise their core right and responsibility of our participatory democracy. Guns in polling places, even with a concealed carry permit, only serve to intimidate voters. In the last several national elections, all eyes have been on Nevada. Every Nevada vote matters. Nevada is a leader on so many voter protection efforts. We can and should be a leader in this too. Thank you for your time.
My name is Marissa Morano, and I'm with Moms Demand Action. I'm a clinical social worker where I work with children who have witnessed domestic violence and physical abuse by the hands of their parents who cannot pass a background check. These parents utilize ghost guns that kill their children or traumatize them for the rest of their lives. My agency and my fellow social workers continue to provide mental health services to these children every day. I'm also a survivor of the Route 91 mass shooting, where my sister and I ran for our lives, trampling over bodies and making way to safety. My invisible scars are with me every day. The fact that others can carry invisible guns make my scars visible. As a mother, a social worker, and U.S. citizen, I should not have to feel panic or distress at voting polls. I should be able to teach my children to vote without the fear of being shot. My right to feel safe is larger than their right to carry an invisible gun. I beg you today to help them feel safe. Help me protect my children, and our citizens. Please support AB 354 to fix Nevada's ghost gun law and ensure that people with dangerous histories cannot create their own untraceable firearms.
Your 1 minute is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jeff Rogan, R-O-G-A-N, and I represent Clark County. Given the provisions of Section 1 of AB 354, Clark County is in support of this bill, and thanks to the Assemblywoman for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gina Morano Springman. I'm a volunteer with Moms Demand Action. I live in Henderson, Nevada. I'm here to ask you to support AB 354. As a gun violence survivor, it is terrifying to imagine the ease of which a future perpetrator could plan their next attack with ghost guns. We can't wait for federal action to begin saving lives in Nevada. Additionally, when we vote, we should all be free from intimidation with guns. It makes me feel uneasy to have a visual reminder of what a firearm can do and a reminder of what I went through each time I want to execute an essential role in our country, such as voting. Please vote to support AB 354. Thank you.
And this will be quickly, we have like 1 minute left. So here in Carson, proceed.
Madam Chairs, esteemed legislators, my name is Linda Cavazos, Moms Demand Action, volunteer in support of AB 354. I remember going with my mom, dad, and older siblings when they voted at our neighborhood schools on Election Day. They were proud, excited, sometimes nervous, but I never, ever saw them scared. It was a time of anticipation as election results came in, and I couldn't wait to join them when I was of age. Our society has drastically changed now. I hear from entire families who say that they've given up the tradition and the excitement of voting in person because they're fearful of intimidation and possible violence. And nothing represents that fear more than the presence of guns at polling places. Guns intimidate, guns incite possible altercations, guns do not belong where people are voting. Voting is the foundation of our democracy. It should not be hindered by the presence of guns. Please support AB 354. Thank you.
Thank you, and our time is up, so I will let the other two people state your name and give a ditto.
Yep, Don Gallimore Sr., Reno Sparks NAACP, ditto. We support this bill.
Thank you.
Paul Catha, CATHA, Culinary Workers Union Local 226, ditto.
Thank you. All right, with that, we will move down to Las Vegas. Please proceed when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Jessica Cantu, and I am a mom and a volunteer with Nevada Moms Demand Action. I live in Henderson, and I'm here to ask you to support AB 354 to fix Nevada's ghost gun laws and ensure that people with dangerous histories cannot create their own untraceable firearms without a background check. In addition, AB 354 would ban guns at polling places. While voter intimidation is a crime in every state, and the Supreme Court acknowledges that the mere presence of firearms can be intimidating, it is common sense to specify that guns are not allowed at the polls. D.C. and 6 other states have made it illegal to bring guns to the polls, and yet they're not explicitly banned here at our polling places in Nevada, where I vote and bring my son to vote with me. Please fix this by voting to support AB 354. Thank you.
I'm Wendy Starkweather, and I reside in Henderson, Nevada, and am a volunteer with Nevada Moms Demand Action. I testify in support of AB 354. With your support, the bill will ensure that Nevada's current ghost guns law uses clear and well-defined terms such that it can be fully enforced. With full enforcement, the law can provide the safeguards needed to keep these untraceable and unserialized firearms out of the hands of people with dangerous histories who wish to elude the background check process. And additionally, the bill will respond to the legitimate concern and even fear expressed by Nevada poll workers, election officials, and ordinary citizens like those you've heard today, that the process of voting at election sites, a fundamental right that is essential to our democracy, not be undermined by the intimidating presence and threat of guns. Please vote to support AB 354. Thank you.
My name is Neil Gilfillan from West Las Vegas, and I do support AB 354. It is an attempt to do something, especially concerning ghost guns, and seems constitutional. Money will likely be wasted to get a SCOTUS ruling, but better wasted money than humans. As a past election worker, it seems polling sites should be protected by police patrols, just as demonstrations are. Thank you. Peace and good health.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Leanne McAllister. I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics in support of this bill. It meets the American Academy of Pediatrics advocacy priority to strengthen background checks. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Aria Flores, and I'm here on behalf of Chispa, Nevada with the Let Nevadans Vote Coalition. We are in support of AB 354. Voting is a constitutional right, and voters should be protected from intimidation while exercising their right to vote. This is a matter of federal law, which prohibits any form of intimidation or threats which would interfere with the person's right to vote. Guns, like any other weapon, do not belong at the polls. They serve no purpose but to intimidate law-abiding voters and poll workers, and may suppress the voices of those who are waiting in line to cast their ballots. By passing AB 354, we can create a safe and secure environment for everyone involved in the electoral process. Personally, I have been in the front lines during early voting days and on election day as an observer and volunteer. I should not have to worry about my safety while participating in my civic duty. Let's prevent gun violence and create a safe environment for our people, our community, and our democracy. I encourage you to support AB 354. Thank you for your time.
My name is Ann Lawton, ANNE-LEWTON. I am with Brady, Nevada, and I am here in support of AB 354. I grew up in a time when my mother was a stay-at-home mom and did not work outside the home, with one exception. She worked as a poll worker for every election for about 20 years. She was proud to do her civic duty, and it also gave her a little bit what she called her pin money. I could not imagine her doing so today in an environment where she would have felt intimidated and in fear. I urge you to support AB 354 and ditto to all my other supporters.
Is there anyone else there in Las Vegas that would like to testify in support? Okay, not seeing anyone. Broadcasting, please open the lines.
To testify in support of Assembly Bill 354, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, chairs and members of the committees. My name is Victoria Ruiz, and I'm here to urge you to vote in favor of AB 354. In recent years, we have witnessed a rise in incidents of voter intimidation, violence, and hundreds of deaths caused by reckless gun owners. As a community, we cannot allow this type of behavior to continue, and we must take action to protect our right to vote without fear of violence or intimidation. Voting is one of the most fundamental rights we have as citizens to impact change on issues that directly affect our communities, and it is imperative that voters are free to cast their ballot without any threat of harm or intimidation, whether it be from someone carrying a firearm or engaging in violent behavior. Allowing guns at polling locations does not promote election security and only serves to intimidate voters. We cannot allow Nevada to be home to any form of voter suppression. I urge you to take action by supporting AB 354 to ensure that our polling locations are safe and secure for all voters. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Paula Luna. I am a constituent of Assembly District 18, and I would like to ditto all this, everyone who's spoken support before me. Thank you.
Hello, Chair, members of the committee. I am Dayla Gibson, DAELA-GIBSON. I am a constituent of SB 14 and AB 32, and I am ditto in support of this bill. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits 847, you are unmuted on our end and may begin. Caller with the last three digits 847, your phone is muted on your end, but you're unmuted on our end. Chair, we seem to be having technical difficulties with this caller. Would you like to move on?
Yes, let's move on, and hopefully they can hear us right now. Maybe hang up and try to call back again and get in the queue. But yes, please move on to the next caller.
My name is Jennifer Fligler, and I'm a volunteer with Nevada Moms Demand Action. I live in Henderson, Nevada. I'm asking for the Assembly support of AB 354 to fix Nevada's ghost gun laws and ensure that people with dangerous histories cannot create their own untraceable firearms without the safeguard of a background check. In addition, AB 354 would ban guns at polling places. I already find it stressful enough going to the polls to vote with our current divisive political climate. I also feel empathy for the poll workers who are doing their best. Please vote to support AB 354. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jerry Burton, Jeriburton. I am the co-executive director of the Nevada chapter of the National Organization for Women, and also have volunteered with Nevada chapter of Moms Demand Action. I'm calling in support of AB 354 because we must be sure it's safe to cast our votes. We know there's been attempts at voter intimidation, and keeping guns away from polling locations is important. You can't have political signs near polling places or campaign for a candidate. You certainly shouldn't be able to intimidate voters or poll workers with guns. And ditto to what Serena Evans from Nevada Coalition to End Domestic and Sexual Violence said about ghost guns and violence against women and untraceable firearms. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Erin Rook, ERINROOK, and I live in Senate and Assembly District 3. While gun violence prevention measures can be contentious and politicized, AB 354 offers protections that every Nevadan should be able to get behind. Many Second Amendment advocates like to argue that the problem isn't guns, but rather access to guns by criminals. This bill would address the criminal use of firearms by explicitly barring them from election locations and clarifying the regulation of untraceable ghost guns. No law-abiding gun owner should take issue with these measures. Every Nevadan has a right to cast their vote without fear of intimidation. It's disingenuous, though, to suggest that the people who show up armed to, quote, monitor polling places are there to protect me, when they are often the same people who think my mere existence as a transgender person is a threat to their safety. It's vigilante intimidation, plain and simple. Similarly, every victim of a gun crime deserves justice. This is difficult to accomplish if the weapon cannot be traced. AB 354 helps to ensure that these rights are protected. I urge you to support this important bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. For the record, my name is Kimberly Cardin. I am a resident of Assembly District 31 and Senate District 14. I'm also a 26-year retired Army colonel and representative for Indivisible Northern Nevada. And I support AB 354 and ditto to all the previous comments.
Good afternoon again, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Donna West, a resident of Assembly District 14 and Senate District 21. In the 2022 election, I was a poll observer at Nellis Crossing in my district. A person entered that voting location wearing a weapon. Those around him moved away and some left. Did they get a chance to exercise their right to vote? We can't wear a political shirt in a polling location. Why should somebody be able to bring a gun? We place no electioneering signs 100 feet from the polling location. We can certainly place no gun signs at 100 yards. Please pass AB 354. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits, 808, you are unmuted and may begin.
Hi, my name is Jason Tingle for the record. I'm in opposition to AB 354. I'd like to remind everybody that
we're in support right now, so please call back just a few more minutes before we begin opposition, okay? Next caller.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Alvin Chan, spelled A-L-V-I-N, last name Chan, C-H-A-N. I am the program manager for Native Voters Alliance in Nevada, and we are in support, we are in support of AB 354. I echo all the sentiments that my colleagues have said before, and I would just like to add that people of color already vote at a lower rate than their white peers, and voter intimidation does not need to be another reason why people of color do not make it to the polls. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Good afternoon. My name is Lasa Knott, L-A-C-A-N-O-C-C. I'm a senior legal counsel at the Campaign Legal Center, a nonpartisan organization that works to advance and protect American democracy. And I'm testifying on its behalf in support of AB 354. The presence of firearms at election sites can instill fear in voters that may deter them from exercising their fundamental constitutional rights. They are also create a distracting and dangerous environment for election workers, who are a necessity for free, fair, and secure elections. But more and more are on the receiving end of harassing messages and conduct. Courts have long recognized that election sites are sensitive places where the right to bear arms can be prohibited. Nevada should follow the lead of the 10 states that already have passed laws prohibiting guns at election sites. We urge you to support AB 354, as dedicated election workers and voters deserve polling places and counting boards that are free from gun violence. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Eric Jang, E-R-I-C-J-N-G, on behalf of One API Nevada. All voters in Nevada deserve to exercise their freedom to vote without intimidation and suppression. We are in full support of this bill and ditto to all the other points. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our 30 minutes and our 10 minutes on the phone. So with that, we will move into opposition. Starting here in Carson City first. Again, 1 minute per person.
Richard Nagel for the record. I was a poll worker in the last election, and we had 3 instances of people getting out of control, and one person was throwing things, okay? It took 5 minutes for the sheriff's department to arrive. Again, if you make this a gun-free zone, what do you think is going to happen? We're not, when I was a kid, I believed that the monsters were under the bed. As an adult, I know they're on the streets. And we have to protect ourselves from the monsters. We need some way to protect ourselves. People with CCWs are a great asset because they've gone through the background checks already. They've gone through all the security processes. Something like that would be really advised to allow those people there because, again, the weapons are concealed and they're not there to intimidate anybody. It's just in case something happens. And if you make these gun-free zones, which they already are pretty much. I mean, I didn't carry a firearm there.
1 minute.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, for the record, Dan Reed, Western Regional Director with the National Rifle Association. We can all agree that we don't want election interference, intimidation, obstruction of any kind. And I appreciate the Assembly members' robust discussion on this and willing to work on some parts. However, our objection comes to Section 1, Sub 1. We feel that it's too broad. Polling locations do include drop boxes. You've heard that there is going to continue to be an increase in those. That 100-yard barrier where there doesn't require to be intent for you to be subjected to criminal charges is really problematic. We heard from the proponents that it will be up to prosecutorial discretion, and we don't want inequitable justice under the law where someone might simply be traversing through a public area that's going to get hooked up with criminal charges. I know I'm coming close. And then the last point is on the frames and receivers. ATF has moved into this space on both home-built firearms as well as frames and receiver definitions. We feel that this differs from the federal definition. That could lead to confusion and judicial interpretation differences that could be problematic for Nevada citizens. Thank you for indulging me for.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Jim DeGraffenreid. I'm Nevada's Republican National Committeeman in opposition to AB 354 on behalf of the Nevada Republican Party. One of the most common features of mass shootings is that they often take place in gun-free zones because the mentally ill individuals who commit these acts target locations where they won't be challenged. As the digest of the bill points out, Nevada already has a long list of gun-free zones. This bill does nothing but add one more. If the voter intimidation referred to by the sponsor were an issue in Nevada, it would be swiftly and easily dealt with by law enforcement. NRS 293.710 thoroughly defines the crime of intimidation of voters, both at polling places and elsewhere, so banning law-abiding citizens from exercising their constitutional rights adds no protection beyond existing law. Finally, contrary to what was misstated in the presentation, a detailed study by the Crime Prevention Research Center, most recently updated July 2019, shows that 98% of mass shootings since 1950 did, in fact, occur in gun-free zones. Facts matter, and we ask these committees to oppose AB 354. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Tom Morley with Nevada Firearms Coalition, and for respect for your time, ditto.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairs. Committee members, for the record, Cindy Martinez, Marine Corps veteran, retired post-certified Nevada Peace Officer, and certified Nevada, NRA Range Safety Officer. Ditto unopposed testimony. And further, I find curious justification in support of this bill. For those afraid to go to the polls, AB 321 provided universal mail ballots, which I understand ensures everyone can exercise their right to vote without having to go to the polls. This bill is crafted in the name of safety, but is clearly written and intended as further incremental infringements of the Second Amendment. Please vote no on AB 354.
My name is Stephen Hirsch. I oppose this bill. According to everytownlaw.org, voter intimidation is already a crime under federal law and the law of 50 states and the District of Columbia. You will impose on the Fourth Amendment rights, which protect citizens from unreasonable searches and seizures by the federal government, especially if I'm lawfully carrying concealed, whether it's a purchased I or a ghost gun. I understand the perceived good you're all trying to accomplish. I respect that, I do. Removing the ability for a man, or more importantly a woman, to defend themselves with their children at all times with a concealed carry firearm, even when voting, is not only anti-Second Amendment, but it puts targets on everyone's backs, as well as targets on the backs of 73,000 Nevada college females when they try to vote.
Good afternoon. My name is Pat Horgan, and I'm here to testify in opposition to Bill 354. It seems to me you're passing a law to control homicidal psychopaths. If such laws worked, thou shalt not kill ought to cover the whole thing. Also, you're competing on the honor system for compliance to this law. People with or without concealed weapons permits can carry into these places, and you're counting on the honor system for compliance. Only the scrupulously law-abiding will pay any attention, thereby eliminating the last line of resistance from the lawfully armed. Brandishing firearms at polling places or anything else is already against the law.
Sir, your 1 minute is up.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in Carson City that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 354? All right, not seeing anyone, we will move to Las Vegas. Is there anyone there in Las Vegas?
Good afternoon, legislative team. My name is Leslie Quinn, and I oppose AB 354. March 7th, 2023, an innocent child was killed from shots fired from another apartment. The gunman hasn't been found. That was here in Las Vegas. AB 354 does nothing but make law-abiding citizens vulnerable to criminals who do not care about what is legal or illegal. Criminals' hate and evil is all around us. We can't allow fear to infringe on Nevadans' constitutional rights and freedom. We need harsher laws against criminals and offenders. If there is no data showing gun-free zones stop mass shootings, how does creating voting sites as gun-free zones of any benefit? AB 354 would create more voter fear and create voters in a fishbowl for criminals to harm. This would also add additional cost to the elections department to carry out checking voters for guns at a voting site within 300 feet or 100 yards of a voting site. Please oppose AB 354. Thank you.
Matthew Yealy, Las Vegas, Nevada, Yealy. One of the previous speakers talked about pointing weapons at polling place up north. That's already illegal. Was there a police call or anything actually done about this, or is it hearsay to invoke fear? Owning or possessing a firearm is not a criminal offense. Naked fear does not negate a constitutional right. The question I have about this bill, honestly, is about subsection D. Section 2, subsection D. Otherwise, lawful possession of firearm in a residence, in a business, or on private property that is located within 100 yards to an election site. If the election site is at a grocery store, does that contradict each other? And then to the legislator who asked about firearms on school district property, NRS 202265 already clearly states that you can't even have it on the property without being a peace officer, a security guard, or written permission from the person that's in charge of that thing.
Sir,
So
your
this
1
bill
minute is up.
is-
Your 1 minute is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else there in Las Vegas that would like to testify in opposition? All right, not seeing anyone. Broadcasting, please open the line.
To testify in opposition to Assembly Bill 354, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hi, thank you, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Michael Finley. I'm the Director of Government Relations for the National Shooting Sports Foundation. We're America's trade association for firearm manufacturers, retailers, and ranges. Also, we run the SHOT Show. We own the SHOT Show every year in Las Vegas, Nevada. We have over 80,000 people in attendance. We do over $200 million in direct revenue, over 60,000 people, heads and beds. We are in opposition of this bill. Specifically, with my limited time, I want to point to the definitions. This was a little bit poorly written. It differs from the federal definition that ATF put out there, and it really puts into question as to what part of modern firearms need to be serialized and unserialized. It would make potential criminals out of law-abiding citizens for doing grip swaps, for doing receiver swaps, doing handguard swaps, things of that nature. It's very, very unclear. I would implore you to look at the ATF definition and the illustrations outlined. Thank you very much for your time.
Wiz Rizard, W-I-Z-R-O-U-Z-A-R-D. I'm calling in my own personal endeavor as a family man who have 3 kids and love to exercise my Second Amendment and to be a law-abiding citizen. I urge you to oppose this bill. It's pretty alarming that when you hear some of these comments about feelings and being fearful, it reminds me of the Jim Crow era, where a lot of these laws were on the premise of feelings and fear, yet alone for African Americans is being present. African Americans drinking from the same water fountain, yet alone going to the same school. And in this case, this bill looks to segregate and implement other segregation type of culture by saying that an individual who exercises their Second Amendment is by nature fearful. I oppose this bill, and I urge everyone to oppose this bill and vote no. And more importantly, it disregards mens rea, a guilty mind. In other words, it says that by having a gun, you are guilty and you're not innocent. And I think that's appalling. Thank you.
DYRUSHOJJATY. I remember attending a town hall in 2019 with the Assemblywoman and Congressman Eric Swalwell. We've admitted that there's more than just gun control. There's the fact that we have high levels of income inequality, greater use of drugs, decline of the family, cultural change, mass media, as well as other factors such as open borders, can really deter people to engage in these horrible incidents. It's really the anger that is really the problem. So if we want to do something like this, we should expand to other means. Thank you so much. I will yield my time. And also, why don't we engineer a society where the use of having a gun would be so minimal? Have you ever thought about that? Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits 020, please press *6 to unmute your phone. Again, caller with the last three digits 020, please press *6. We seem to be having technical difficulties again, Chair. Would you like to move on?
If there's someone else in the queue, if there's others ready, then yes, let's move on. And again, hopefully they try to call back and get back in the queue. Yes, please.
Go ahead, caller. You are unmuted with the last three digits 020. And caller with the last three digits 020, please press *6.
Caller?
Caller with the last three digits 808, you are unmuted and may begin.
Hi, my name is Jason Tingle. I'm in opposition for this Bill 354. I would like to remind everybody there's no such thing as a traceable or untraceable firearm. They do not have homing beacons on them that let you know and beep, and they don't have a GPS on them so you can track them down. 80% or greater of firearms are stolen or trafficked. What that means is somebody uses it, they find the firearm, they trace it back to John Smith back in Nevada, and it's in Chicago, and they found out that John Smith reported it stolen 5 years earlier. Congratulations. You just made a giant circle, and it did not trace it to the killer or the person who perpetrated the crime. Number two, so that's not going to do any good. We have a fundamental and constitutional right to build our own firearms if we choose. That is a fact. Number two, the average response time is well over 5 minutes for the police to arrive. Are you going to protect me at the polling places if one of these crazies does show up? I'm a CCW instructor. I can guarantee you all my people were good law-abiding citizens that will protect another in the face of danger. So if you're not going to be willing to protect me, who do I go to for protection if I'm not allowed to protect myself?
Sir, your 1 minute is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Ryan. I'm a longtime resident of Nevada, a Marine Corps veteran, a responsible gun owner with a permit, concealed weapons permit. Assembly Bill 354 adds polling places to a long list of gun-free zones in Nevada. It is no accident that most mass shootings occur in gun-free zones because perpetrators look for places where they know they'll meet little or no resistance. This bill represents infringement of a core constitutional right without any indication that it'll do anything to reduce gun violence. Please do not support this bill. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Norma Skurlock, Scurlock, and I'm opposed to AB 354, and I would like you to do your duty that you swore to uphold the Constitution of the United States and stop trying to change it. Just because you have a fear of something, why should my rights be infringed upon? I've worked at poll places. I feel safer if there's someone there with a weapon. I'd love to know there were people around protecting us all. And I ditto everything else anybody else said. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chandler Arnold in Las Vegas. That's ChandlerArnold. This is another flatly unconstitutional bill and one that violates the Nevada single subject rule. This bill is impractical, unenforceable, and intends to solve a problem that, quite frankly, does not exist. If people are being harassed at polling locations, electioneering, brandishing, assault, and harassment laws already all exist to address it. Their lack of use clearly shows how little this harassment actually occurs. This bill requires Nevada residents to sacrifice their Second Amendment rights in order to exercise the right to vote. The ballot drop box location in NRS 293026 is vague and can technically be extended to any mailbox given the recent implementation of mail-in voting here in Nevada. The framer-receiver rule is even more unconstitutionally nebulous than last time this was tried, especially the laughable identifiable fire-controlled cavity, even if not indexed or machined. Such a definition can literally mean anything. Further, the ill-defined ghost guns are not represented in any statistical way for being used in crime. The ATF numbers cited by the Brady rep are for firearms seized in relation to a crime, any crime, not used in a crime. They like to leave out that
Sir,
information.
your 1 minute is up.
Gun-free zones work.
Sir, your 1 minute is up.
Oppose AB 354. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits 251, you are unmuted and may begin.
Hello, my name is Alex Rodriguez, ALEXRODRIGUES. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Libertarian Party. I'm here to oppose AB 354. I think this is an issue that we need to leave with the property owners that are hosting the polling places. If people are unsafe around carrying weapons, then they can go to a property that's going to ban the weapons. People want to carry, if they want to go to a place where everybody's allowed to carry that should be on the business. If it's owned by the taxpayers, the Second Amendment needs to be enforced. Then if it's on a public place like a public park or like a public community center, people should be allowed to carry their weapons by the Second Amendment. That's just the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our testimony on telephone for opposition. With that, we will open up testimony in neutral. Is there anyone here in Carson City that would like to testify in neutral? Not seeing anyone. Is there anyone in Las Vegas that would like to testify in neutral? And again, we saw some great examples of neutral earlier, so please proceed.
Hi, I'm Mike Messenger again. I'm a resident of the city of Henderson. I am neutral on this bill because I believe society's most important responsibility is to ensure our children can learn in a safe and productive environment at school without the threat of being randomly killed. In my judgment, protecting people at the polls is a lower priority than protecting kids in our schools. What I think the legislature should do instead is lead the fight to increase public awareness of successful efforts across the country to reduce rates of gun violence in schools using a variety of innovative approaches. I strongly support the efforts of Moms Demand Action to increase public awareness of successful efforts to reduce gun violence across this nation, because I think we need to take this to the community. You can't solve this by passing laws at the state level. More details on a variety of other innovative approaches to actually reduce gun violence by attacking the causes of these mass shooters and what motivates them is provided to this committee under separate cover.
Sir,
thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, and thank you again for your neutral testimony. Thank you. Anyone else there in Las Vegas? Not seeing anyone approach in Las Vegas. Broadcasting, will you open the lines?
To testify in neutral to Assembly Bill 354, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last three digits 020, please press *6 to unmute your phone.
Hello? 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 Are you there?
We can hear you if you'd like to proceed.
Listen, there are 3 other people that were on there, including myself, who wanted to oppose this, and you
Okay,
didn't
we
let
are
us.
in neutral.
So I am not
Next
neutral.
caller.
There are no other callers choosing to testify in neutral at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. With that, we have Majority Leader Haudegi back to make some final remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee for hearing Assembly Bill 354. We've worked hard in this building to make voting free, fair, and easy. Now we also need to do the work to protect it from intimidation. This bill allows Nevadans to exercise their most fundamental right, their right for their voice to be heard without fear. Redefining frames and receivers helps keep us safe from the unserialized and untraceable firearms that can be bought online and assembled at home by people who cannot pass a background check. Like Assembly Bill 355, Assembly Bill 354 is a common sense policy that will help keep our children and our families safe. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members.
Thank you so much. And I will go ahead and close the hearing on Assembly Bill 354. With that, we as the Joint Committee are going to take a quick 15-minute break, and when we come back, we have one additional bill to hear. So we will see you all back at 5:20. Thank you. We are in recess. Members of Assembly and Senate Judiciary, can you please return to the dais? Members of Assembly and Senate Judiciary, please return to the dais. Clearly, there's only one thing they hear. Members of Assembly and Senate Judiciary, please return to the dais. Senators, please return to the dais.
All right.
All right, so I'll consider that because I don't like to gavel that much. So that was the official gavel to call us back in from recess. We are back in order. This meeting is back in session, and before we hear our next bill, for the record, I want to clarify to our Assembly members and to the public that this next bill hearing will serve as the Assembly's hearing on the bill, according to Rule 50 of the Assembly Standing Rules, authorizing committees to hold joint hearings for the purpose of holding public hearings or considering any proposed or pending legislation. So I know the agenda from the Assembly said that it was informational, but this does serve as the official joint hearing between the Assembly and the Senate. And with that, Chair Scheibel will take over for the Senate bill.
Thank you, Chair Miller, and thank you everybody for coming back and joining us. We have one Senate bill on our agenda this evening. That is Senate Bill 171. And I will go ahead and open up the hearing on that bill. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much, Chair Scheibel, Chair Miller. My name is Dallas Harris. I represent Senate District 11, and I cannot tell you how honored I am to present Senate Bill 171 to you all today. Before I do a quick run through of the bill, I have two co-presenters with me, Ms. Tanya Shart from Brady United Against Gun Violence, and Mr. Ari Freilich from Giffords. You've heard from both of them earlier today. I also just want to say how much of an honor it is to share this space with Assemblywoman Howdegi, who has been doing this work for too long, unfortunately. And while I have never been a victim of gun violence myself, at 37, I find that to be mere luck. In this day and age, we have people who are surviving one mass shooting just to die in another one. We have veterans who are surviving their time overseas just to come home and die in mass shootings. And so that's just to say we've got to do something. On to the bill. Senate Bill 171 is a fairly simple bill. Yeah, I know that's everybody's favorite phrase. Let's start with Section 1. If you've been convicted of committing or attempting to commit a hate crime involving violence, do we want you to continue to be able to carry a gun? I submit the answer is heck no. Next page, page 3. If you've been convicted of committing or attempting to commit any hate crime in the last 10 years, should you be able to own a gun? Definitely not. We've got some definitions at the bottom where hate crime is not changed. This bill does not expand what a hate crime is, how a court determines what a hate crime is or when a hate crime is committed. So let's not have that argument today. But we make sure that not only are we including hate crimes under our state definitions, but also catching those federal crimes that are substantially similar to. And then lastly, we define a hate crime involving violence so that it's explicitly clear what we're talking about when we mean a hate crime involving violence. There should not be as much discussion on this as there has been. To me, this is a very simple bill that will save lives. We all know that if you have committed domestic violence, you shouldn't have a gun. Why? Because it is likely that you are going to use that gun against your victim at some time in the future. We know that. Water is wet, folks. This bill expands it to the exact same logical conclusion. I'll turn it over to my co-presenters at this time for a few words, and then, Madam Chair, we will stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. On the record, this is Tanya Shart, Senior Counsel and Director of State and Federal Policy at Brady. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today in support of SB 171. Unfortunately, hate crimes, which are motivated in whole or in part by an offender's bias against a race, religion, disability, sexual orientation, gender identity, are on the rise in this country. In 2020, hate crimes reached their highest levels in more than a decade, and the FBI has noted the significant risk of racially motivated violent extremism. And some of the most deadly mass shootings in this country have been hate crimes. In a Walmart in El Paso, a gay club in Colorado Springs, spas in Atlanta, a grocery store in Buffalo, a church in Charleston, a temple in Oak Creek, a synagogue in Poway. The list goes on and on. But this is just part of the story. Shockingly, each year, over 10,300 people are victims of hate crimes involving a firearm. We have to accept that individuals with a prior hate crime misdemeanor convictions are at an increased risk for future violence and firearm-related crimes, and the distinction between being convicted of a misdemeanor or a felony may not be entirely reflective of the crime committed or the potential danger to society. Slowing the growth of hate-based gun crimes requires action at the state level. Approximately 47 states have enacted hate crimes laws, but the strength, breadth, and applicability of these laws vary greatly, and 28 states still allow individuals convicted of misdemeanor hate crimes to possess firearms, including Nevada. It is time for Nevada to take action. This bill is a common-sense gun violence prevention measure that will enact a temporary prohibition on the purchase of firearms for someone whose actions may not be deliberately violent but are rooted in hate. Further, there is no better predictor of future violence than past violence, and individuals who exercise violence on the basis of hate present a clear danger to society. It is time to ensure that those who have been convicted of violent hate crimes are prohibited from purchasing and possessing firearms. Absent action, hate can quickly turn lethal, destroying families and communities in an instant. I urge you to pass AB 171. Thank you so much. Excuse me, SB 171.
And Chair Scheibel, we're going to go ahead and go to the Zoom if he'd like to give some opening remarks.
Good evening. My name is Ari Freilich. I'm State Policy Director for Giffords Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence, the gun safety organization led by former Congresswoman, gun owner, and gun violence survivor Gabby Giffords. 2 years ago, we published a report titled How America's Gun Laws Fuel Armed Hate, which documented the need for legislation just like this bill, strengthen protections against a rising tide of armed, violent hate crime perpetration nationwide. I'm here to voice our strong support for this bill. Nevada's gun safety laws are currently built around some basic consensus views that we can effectively promote law-abiding, responsible individuals' ability to access firearms for legitimate self-defense, hunting, recreation purposes, while at the same time intervening to protect human life and safety from specific individuals who are determined pursuant to court due process not to be law-abiding, not responsible, after they've perpetrated serious acts of criminal violence or abuse. Accordingly, as the sponsor noted, Nevada now generally permanently disqualifies people from accessing firearms if they have been convicted of most felonies or domestic violence or stalking misdemeanors. But hate crime offenses remain a glaring safety gap. Under existing Nevada hate crime law, Nevada directs courts to impose longer prison sentences for certain misdemeanor offenses like violent assault and battery if the prosecutors prove beyond a reasonable doubt that hate crime motivation was the primary cause of the offense and that the offender would not have perpetrated that crime but for the victim's race, religion, identity, or other protected characteristic. But under existing Nevada and federal law, people convicted of the same extended prison term hate crime offenses generally remain eligible to keep and access guns, including assault weapons, at all times, including people convicted of violent offenses involving, for example, the intentional infliction of bodily injury, use of physical force to intimidate, brandishing or discharging a firearm in a manner intended to calculated to intimidate and threaten a victim, or making other credible criminal threats of violence. And to say that again, Nevada law today allows a violent hate group member who was convicted yesterday of intentionally violently injuring someone in a hate crime attack they would not have perpetrated. It was proven they would not have perpetrated it but for that person's race or religion, or maybe they brandished or they're convicted of brandishing or discharging a firearm intended to threaten that victim. They can go out tomorrow and purchase, keep, and openly carry in public spaces assault weapons and any other firearm. That offender would likely fail a firearm background check today in California and in Oregon and in neighboring Idaho, but not in Nevada. And that's just not the right balance for public safety. The right of all people to be safe, alive, and free from violence and intimidation because of who we are, where we come from, and how we pray is essential to the free exercise of all other rights. I want to emphasize again, as the sponsor noted, this doesn't need to be a controversial effort. Next door, California, the Disarm Hate Act passed in 2017 with 0 no votes and 0 recorded opposition in the legislature, truly bipartisan and unanimous. And as I mentioned, other neighboring states that we don't often maybe look to for stronger gun safety law inspiration, like Idaho, actually already broadly classify nearly all hate crimes as felonies in all cases, which trigger state and federal firearm disqualifications. This bill is especially needed because extremists and hate groups so often use firearms as tools of violence and intimidation. Experts in analyzing hate crime risk will have effectively and exhaustively documented the fact that hate crime offenders tend to escalate the severity of their conduct until they feel their message is heard. They may start with speech, they rise to broken windows, and then they escalate to violence and more. These patterns of risk and escalating violent behavior underscore the need to ensure that individuals who have already demonstrated a propensity to escalate bigotry into criminal convicted, hate-motivated conduct and violence are prevented from possessing and acquiring weapons designed to extinguish a human life. Thank you for your time and consideration of this important bill.
Thank you, Chair. That concludes our bill presentation. We're happy to stand for questions from the committees.
All right, thank you. I'm sure we have a couple of questions. Who here has a question? Assemblywoman Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A quick question. In Nevada, what other misdemeanors do we suspend certain rights for?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Hanson. To you through Chair Scheibel, one example that was...
Oh, you can go direct.
Thank you so much. One example that was raised is domestic violence. It is not, in fact, a felony in all cases, and for reasons that I think are clear, we've decided that might not be a misdemeanor that we want to allow folks to have guns. I will also note that hate crimes are not just misdemeanors, they are gross misdemeanors. And I personally am not a fan of bumping everything up to a felony. You know, sometimes we have a tendency to give out felonies like candy. And so the answer may not necessarily be to rise it to the level of a felony when really all we're trying to get at is just making sure that they aren't able to access guns.
Follow-up? Thank you. So domestic violence and which is a gross misdemeanor, if I recall, and then felony are the two that we suspend rights for currently. Gun rights for.
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Hanson. I'm not going to commit that that is the full list. I don't have all of those offenses in front of me, but I know for sure it's at least those two instances. And this would be felonies, too, that aren't necessarily violent, right? We just said all felonies without any tie to some likelihood of using a weapon to harm someone in the future.
And we don't have LCB legal counsel here at the moment, but we can definitely follow up. Or we do?
And I'm sorry, it was just misdemeanors, gross misdemeanors. I knew that domestic violence was, but I was just curious if there was any other misdemeanor category that suspended a gun right.
Are you prepared to answer?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. If you look on page 2, line 22, stalking is also a disqualifying offense, which could be a misdemeanor.
Thank you. All right, other questions? Assemblyman Yurick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard you actually kind of alluded to this in your response to Assemblywoman Hanson's. I'll be honest and tell you, my concern is that we might unintentionally grab in some nonviolent issues where people are expressing often horrible hate speech, something like that, right? So if in an interest in protecting the First Amendment right, again, which I've experienced even in my experience as a law enforcement officer, horrible hate speech that I wanted to shut down, but realized, okay, I can't. People have a right to have whatever opinions they have. Why wouldn't maybe a better approach to this to be to classify these sort of hate crimes as felonies and then address it through that as a convicted felon then not being able to possess a firearm?
Thank you for the question, Assemblyman Yurick, and it's nice to meet you. I can say personally, I'm not a fan of making everything a felony. Felonies also carry other loss of rights, like being able to serve on a jury, and in some states, being able to vote. And so I don't quite think that that is the appropriate answer. As to your First Amendment concerns, that really goes to the idea of what a hate crime is, right? And you'll have to look at NRS 207.185 for the definition of a hate crime. We protect free speech in this state and in this country. Nothing in this bill would change that.
All right, other questions? Assemblywoman Gallant.
Thank you, Chair. I'm curious, how did you come up with the 10-year time frame for this? Like, is it referenced anyplace else as the standard? So I'm just curious how you came up with that.
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman. I'm going to call a Zoom friend and have him talk a little bit about why he felt that 10 years was a good answer for this. I will say just ahead of his response that we wanted to make it clear we did not think that it was necessary and proper to, if your hate crime is nonviolent, to take your gun away forever, right? And so we needed to find what we felt might be some cooling off period. But I'll let him speak a little bit more as to the 10 years specifically.
You know, I think a quick answer, that's exactly what was passed in California as part of the Disarm Hate Act in 2017, and a similar time frame cooling off period we've seen in some other states for similar violent misdemeanor disqualifications, trying to balance the need to provide a real cooling off period for people who have demonstrated significant risks for perpetration of violence, particularly with deadly weapons, but then also recognizing that when that conduct was serious and criminal, again, not speech, but criminal, serious threats, harassment, stalking, those kinds of offenses, providing some kind of period for that to expire at the end of 10 years and give the person a chance to restore their full access to firearm access.
So we've been hearing some cases in judiciary about like the process of getting things like removed from your record, and it's intense, right? There's a lot of steps. So what would this process look like if somebody is charged with a hate crime? They now can't purchase a gun for 10 years. Is there something that the person needs to do in order to gain their Second Amendment right back?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman. It is not the intent of this legislation to require a process that would be similar to getting your record sealed. I will, again, go back to Mr. Fly. If I said your name right or wrong, I apologize. Yeah, it wasn't even close, but that's okay. I'll work on it. But how I believe this would work is that it would be through the background check process. And so you wouldn't need to take any additional steps. If it had been 10 years, you'd no longer be a prohibited person.
That's correct. It would be an automatic expiration of the background check disqualifier after 10 years.
I think maybe we could have legal clarify that every conviction comes with a conviction date. And so we would be able to calculate backwards from that date whether or not it had been 10 years.
Yes, that's correct.
Other questions? Assemblymember LaRue Hatch.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing this very important legislation. I teach in a very diverse school, and my students are targets for a lot of reasons, including hate crimes. I want to touch a little bit on my colleagues' concerns about free speech versus hate crime. As I'm reading this, you have to be convicted of a hate crime. I would imagine that's a pretty extensive process. It's more than you just said something racist. So can you walk us through what it takes to get a hate crime conviction?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch. I don't practice law in this area, but it is my understanding that it is extremely difficult to prove the type of intent you need in order to actually charge someone under this statute. And in some ways, that is for good reason. And so it is not that we have a proliferation of people being prosecuted for hate crimes. The numbers are probably lower than they should be because the bar is, in fact, so high.
Other questions? Assemblymember Gray?
Thank you. So just wondering how the definition of hate crime, I was going through this, and I'm wondering how the definition of hate crime applies to NRS 200.571 A1, 3, and 4, which is harassment. It mentions nothing about hate crime, and it's only the use of words. I mean, that is going to be a First Amendment violation, I think, and you're going to take somebody's constitutional rights away for expressing themselves.
Thank you for the question, Assemblyman Gray. Nice to meet you as well. I'll tell you what, this bill does not touch the definition of hate crimes. And I know that a lot of folks have a philosophical view about what a hate crime should or shouldn't be. That's not this bill.
Follow-up clarification, please. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. In that definition, nowhere does it mention, actually in the current verbiage, does it mention that harassment that I had cited is a hate crime. So you are inadvertently adding it to a hate crime.
It's not a hate crime unless there's a determination, and this is in NRS 207.185, a determination that it was, incentivized by someone's actual preserved race, color, religion, national origin, physical or mental disability, sexual orientation, or gender identity or expression. That's what removes it from being simply harassment into being harassment, a hate crime of harassment.
And if we could get your name for the record.
I'm so sorry. Tanya Shard on the record.
And Assemblyman Gray, Chair, if I just might follow up on that real quick. I would hope that you wouldn't get so close that you'd be worried, not you necessarily, but any person that this would apply to. And so there isn't really a sense that by expressing yourself or displeasure with a certain person that you're going to be convicted of a hate crime, right? These are crimes that are motivated, clearly motivated, and have to be proven in a court of law to be tied to a limited circumstance of cases, right? Whether it be race or religion or sexual orientation. This is not something that is, it's not something that people should feel that they might violate on any given day.
Understood, and I agree with you. And I'm just worried that it would be expanded to be beyond hate crimes, because in there under 200.571, paragraph A, 1, 3, and 4, those all fall under a conviction for harassment, which would make you ineligible according to the blue language in the new law.
And I'm sorry, Assemblyman, I'm not quite seeing, I see what you're saying on the back of the page here.
Yeah.
Okay, hate crime involving violence, 200.571. I would note that this is just, let's see, subparagraph 1, 3, or 4 of paragraph A of subsection 1 of that statute. And so it's not the entire statute of 200.571.
No, and there's no mention of violence in there. It's strictly just, your words getting you in trouble, and you're going to wind up with a conviction and lose your constitutional rights.
Tanya Shard on the record. I would just
I'm
flag.
sorry,
Oh, go ahead. No, Ari, you go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to ask for permission to speak over the Zoom, so I apologize if I'm breaking decorum here. I was hoping
You can
to,
speak as long as you put your name on the record.
Okay, I'm Ari Freilich again with Giffords Law Center, and I think I would just want to read from the definition of the criminal harassment statute here. There may be some confusion because it is different from civil harassment. This is criminal harassment, which is essentially no criminal threats. The First Amendment and other principles would not allow us to put someone in jail for speech alone. The criminal harassment statute says a person is guilty of harassment if without lawful authority they knowingly threaten to, and then in A1, cause bodily injury in the future to a person threatened or to any other person. In A2, to cause physical damage to the property of that person. 3, to subject that person threatened or any other person to physical confinement or restraint unlawfully. Or A4, to do any act which is intended to substantially harm the person threatened or any other person with respect to their physical or mental health. The reference specifically to subparagraph, the certain subparagraphs of this statute are to describe hate crime involving violence, to refer to those that refer to bodily injury and threats to inflict bodily injury. Those would be a permanent disqualifier. The others involving threats to damage property and damage mental health or physical health would be a 10-year prohibitor because those are criminal threats, maybe perhaps separate from less attenuated or more attenuated rather from physical injury.
And thank you, Mr. Freilich, for that save. For that, you deserve to have your name said correctly.
All right. Other questions from members of the committee? Senator Hansen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Senator Harris and I have had extensive conversations on these issues because we have a very fundamental difference on some of this. And it really boils down to, I don't think there should be different classes of victims when the acts against the individual are the same. For example, if somebody came into this building and did something that would qualify against me as a gross misdemeanor and the motive behind it is greed, in other words, they're going to steal my wallet and take my money, versus if they come in and do the exact same act and their motive is they hate my religion, why in one case am I less valuable of a victim than in the other case?
Thank you for the question, Senator Hansen, and you always put the fun in fundamental disagreement, and I appreciate that. Listen, I'm trying to stay away from having the hate crime discussion because we're going to have that in infinitum, right?
Not really, because we're actually putting in a law right here. So we need to have the discussion. This is a major change. So yeah, while we laugh about some of these things, the reality is we are punishing people not only for the act of violence or whatever, we're punishing them for thoughts that we find repugnant.
So, Dallas Harris, for the record, Senator Hansen, I think that the fundamental thing here is that you probably only have to worry about being robbed or beaten up out of greed or anger. That's the difference. That is why we do this, because some people will get beat up because they mess around with somebody else's wife.
And that's currently a crime,
Other
to beat
people,
somebody up for any You know, that's what I'm saying.
Understood, Senator Hansen.
And the motive is typically not something that you add additional punishments to because you disagree with the thoughts behind it, whether it's greed, jealousy, whatever the human passion may be.
Sure. Dallas Harris, for the record. Understood, Senator Hansen. And I personally believe that in the United States of America, the right thing to do is to add an additional punishment if you are assaulting someone for an immutable characteristic versus they wronged you in some way. Those are two very fundamental things, and we must do whatever we can to discourage that type of behavior so that every American can walk around this earth and only being worried about getting robbed as opposed to getting beat up for their skin color or their sexual orientation or their religion. And I guarantee you, sir, that if someone came and inflicted violence on your family because of your religious beliefs, you too would be protected under this bill. But I want you to remember that you often think of other scenarios because that is not a threat that you live under every day. And that's not the case for some other people in this country. And we've got to do whatever we can to ensure that people can feel safe in their skin because they can't change that. And we don't have a free country. We simply cannot have a free America if people are afraid that they might face a crime because of who they are.
Agreed, but I would point out, thank you, Madam Chair, I promise I'll wind it up. This goes back to a debate that Senator Harris and I have regularly sitting next to each other on the floor. We just had a hate crime in Tennessee that involved an attack on basically Christian people because they were Christians by somebody that found that fundamentally wrong because they disagreed with it. To me, that is a clear hate crime. So it's a two-way street. But that one was a little bit out of the ordinary. In my opinion, no matter what the motive of the individual was, it's the act of murdering somebody that should be punished. And so I know we're getting off into the weeds a little bit here, but I think we're drifting off to where we're starting to do something that's fundamentally not only a violation of several things, but mainly we're going into the mindset of human beings and now punishing thoughts that we find repugnant. And I think that we should be punishing physical acts that people do irrespective of those sorts of things. So just want to get that on the record. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Other questions? Senator Dondaroloop.
I don't really have a question. I have a comment. And it was just from listening to this conversation. And am I wrong when I think about crimes against elderly or over 65 are in law? So I don't believe my senator that was just discussing this is there yet, but some of us might be. And so would this be, I guess, I don't want to say similar, but similar in a way that if somebody did something to someone over 65, they would have a more severe penalty, just like if they did something to someone who had a different religion or a different skin color or whatever. Am I wrong? I'm not an attorney, so I'm just sort of trying to, I just thought about that while I was sitting here.
No, thank you for that question, Senator Dondaroloop. Dallas Harris, for the record. You are correct in that there is nothing new about changing what type of punishment we provide based upon who the crime is committed towards, right? Not just elderly persons, but we have wholly different crimes for committing sexual violence against children, right? This is a scheme that we operate in frequently, and I think for good reason, because some behavior needs to be deterred at a higher level than some other behavior. And the best way that we can do that as a society is by assigning different punishments to that behavior. So yes, you are correct. Thank you.
Other questions? Oh, thank you. Assemblymember Cohen.
Thank you for the presentation. And going off with my colleague said, we also have special enhancements for crimes against the disabled as well, correct?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Cohen. And yes, that is absolutely correct. And I'm sure there's probably a couple of other categories that we could think of.
Anything else? If not, I have a couple of questions. I want to follow up on Assemblymember Cohen's question and also clarify for the record that some of these protected classes that we're talking about, crimes against a person over 65, crimes against somebody who is disabled, those are enhanceable simply by the characteristic of the victim, whereas the hate crimes that we're talking about require an additional proof that it was motivated by hatred towards that class of people. So you could actually have a factual scenario where somebody is committing a crime against a person over 65 that may or may not qualify as a hate crime. And the things that a judge would look at would be, does the person, when they attack this person over 65, are they saying words that are indicating that they hate people who are elderly? Are they, calling them by certain names? Are they also choosing to do this in a place where a lot of other people who are over 65 will receive a message that they dislike them because of their age, which is distinct from simply committing a crime against somebody who belongs to a particular class. And so I want to clarify and make sure that the bill, number one, is intended to do this, and two, does this, restricts this this prohibition to those crimes where you actually have to prove the motivation, not just the ones where the victim happens to belong to a particular class.
Thank you for that, Chair Scheibel. That's a very valuable insight, and you are in fact correct. No one would be subject to this legislation simply because the crime that they committed was against a person of color or someone who identifies as LGBTQ or someone who holds a particular religious belief. There is that additional step that you have to prove that it was motivated by that characteristic, and that second step is in fact not applicable when you are committing a crime against someone over 65 or committing a crime against someone with a disability. Just by virtue of doing that, you've committed the harsher crime already. Yes, thank you.
And that leads into my second question about why you chose to bring this bill. And is the purpose here, because I see a couple of things that could be the purpose here. Is the purpose here to escalate the punishment for hate crimes? Is the motivation here to prevent people from committing hate crimes? Or is the motivation here to prevent a group of people who we can identify as being at a higher risk of committing violence with a gun from having that gun, and therefore is the goal to reduce gun violence and reduce victimization in our community by people who shouldn't have access to guns?
Thank you for the question, Chair Scheibel. It's the third one.
So even though we're talking a lot about punishment and whether or not people are being punished equally, that's actually not the purpose of the bill. It's not to change the punishment scheme for hate crimes, but to serve a public policy purpose in preventing gun violence.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair Scheibel. This is not about trying to further punish anyone just because they've committed a hate crime. It is, in fact, about keeping the Nevada population as safe as possible by taking guns away from the people who are most likely to use them against someone else.
And by that nature, there's a logical nexus between the crimes that we are zeroing in on to focus on and the policy. It's not random. There's a reason that we're choosing these particular crimes.
Thank you for that, Chair Scheibel. Dallas Harris for the record. Sorry, I've been slipping. Absolutely, yes. There is a very clear nexus here. I believe the data shows, again, as I mentioned earlier, similar to those who commit domestic violence, if you commit a hate crime, it is likely that you will use a gun at some point to perpetuate that crime. And if we can do something to keep people safer in a targeted manner that makes sense, we should do it.
I agree with you. All right. Did that inspire any other questions from members of the committees? All right, then that concludes the bill presentation. We will move on to testimony. We will start with testimony in support. You will still be limited to 1 minute per person, but you are always more than welcome. You're encouraged to also submit testimony in writing. And I'll repeat my usual admonishment. I personally read everything that is submitted to us, and I encourage my committee to do the same. We will start with in-person testimony here in Carson City. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Elliot Mallon on behalf of the Anti-Defamation League here in Nevada. Founded in 1913, the ADL is a leading anti-hate and civil rights organization whose mission it is to stop the defamation of the Jewish people and to secure justice and fair treatment to all. Today is the first day of Passover. Last night was the first night, so we are going into the second night. I'm currently missing Passover Seder to be here because this bill is important to us, and it is not lost on me that we are hearing this on Passover, a holiday about our liberation and our right to live peacefully who we are. ADL researchers found that guns have been the murder weapon for the majority of extremist-related killings in every year since 2014. The law needs to take into account the specific risk factors that increase the likelihood of individuals engaging in the future violence, including whether somebody has committed a hate crime. Year after year, anti-Semitism is the fastest growing violent hate crime. Jews around our country, in our state, have to attend synagogue with armed guards because we are fearful for our lives because people like to come in and kill us. Our synagogue here in Reno has been firebombed twice. Thank you, and thank you for your time today.
All right. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is L.C. Rapert. I'm the Deputy Director for Silver State Equality, Nevada statewide LGBTQ+ civil rights org. I'm here today to offer our enthusiastic support of this vital safety measure that will prevent firearms from getting into the hands of individuals who have been convicted of committing or attempting to commit a hate crime. According to demographics collected by the FBI, 15.6% of reported hate crimes were committed based on a person's sexual orientation. In the same year, 3.6% of reported hate crimes were committed based on a person's gender identity or expression, and that was up from 2.5% the previous year. We've seen attacks on the trans community across the country. This bill will protect these vulnerable Nevadans and save lives of people from all walks of life in every corner of the state. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to support this very important piece of legislation.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Brianna Scamilla, and I'm here on behalf of Planned Parenthood Votes Nevada in support of SB 171. Because allowing people who have been convicted of hate crimes to possess firearms poses a grave risk to our public safety, especially for marginalized communities. Nevada is one of the most diverse states in the nation, and it's so important that all of our communities feel safe from gun violence based on their identities. On a personal note, as a queer woman of color, I think about hate crimes all the time. When I'm walking down the street with my wife, I am scared. When I'm in a queer space, I'm scared about the possibility of an active shooter. When I'm the only person of color in a room, I make sure that I know where the exits are. This is my reality, and it's the reality of a lot of Nevadans, and this bill would make me feel safer in my state. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Christine Saunders, and I'm the Policy Director with the Progressive Leadership Alliance in Nevada, here in support of Senate Bill 171. Over the past decade, our nation's rhetoric has shown an increase in racist, anti-Semitic, homophobic, and other hateful comments and actions. We have seen hate-motivated attacks in Colorado at Club Q, Texas at an El Paso Walmart, and in Georgia at a number of local spas, just to name a few. We cannot allow people who are at risk of greater violence to continue to own firearms and to pose a threat to our communities. We urge your support of this bill. Thank you.
Good evening, chairs and members of the committee. My name is Annette Magnus, and I'm the Executive Director of Battleborn Progress. We are here today firmly in support of SB 171. This bill is a vital safety measure that will help us in protecting Nevada's most vulnerable populations. Nevada is a diverse state, and passing proposed legislation like SB 171 reflects our values of the community by taking a strong stance against those who would commit acts of hate. This bill sends a clear message. These actions will not be tolerated in Nevada because hate is not the Nevada way. I am tired of seeing attacks on my trans family, my Black and Asian family, my LGBTQ plus family, and so many others. I want to personally thank my senator, Senator Dallas Harris, for taking up this measure and for working with us for over 2 years on this critical policy. Please support SB 171. Thank you.
My name is Christiane Brown. I'm on the Brady Nevada State Executive Committee, and I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak today in strong support of SB 171. Just to clarify, this is not removing the ability to purchase a firearm based on a thought. This is not a pre-crime bill. This bill prohibits firearms from being sold to people convicted of a hate crime, a very high bar of conviction that requires proof of the attack being motivated by that hatred, not a thought crime. So that does need to be clarified. In an average year, more than 10,300 people convicted of hate crimes used a firearm in that act. That is where the firearms come in, and that is more than 28 people each day. We speak in strong support of this bill. It is time for people to be safe being who they are in our community, and that is the Nevada way.
Linda Cavazos, Moms Demand Action volunteer, also a gun violence survivor, supporting SB 171. In my capacity as a teacher and a mental health provider, I have seen the heart-rending and long-lasting effects of hate-fueled harassment, assault, public humiliation, and intimidation, frequently with a firearm against, but not just including, but my Black, Latino, LGBTQ, AAPI, Jewish, and Muslim clients and students. The youngest was 6 years old, attacked for her ethnic hairstyle, and the oldest was 86, a Jewish disabled gentleman. Can the convicted perpetrators of the above hate crimes still buy and possess a gun? The disturbing answer is yes, because they were classified as misdemeanors, not felonies. SB 171 addresses this gap in our present laws. I ask you to please support this bill. No matter the classification, guns and hate crimes are a lethal combination, leading only to more heartbreak and shattered lives and communities. Thank you so much for your time.
Gina Morano Springman, volunteer with Nevada Moms Demand Action. As a social worker in Clark County, my clients are targeted daily because of who they are, their identities, their religion. As a gun violence survivor, I know the unfortunate fear of being targeted and how it becomes lethal and life-altering when a gun is involved. As a Jewish woman, I fear the idea that someone who threatens and attacks my community can later have access to a deadly weapon in order to wreak more havoc. Each time I'm in my temple, the first thing our rabbi points out are the immediate exits in case we are next on the long, unfortunate list of synagogues targeted. This bill is personal to me and important to pass to help prevent future tragedies. Please disarm hate. Thank you.
My name is Marissa Morano, and I live in Henderson, Nevada. I'm the survivor co-lead for Moms Demand Action, a clinical social worker and mother. I want to first apologize to those of the LGBTQIA plus community in this room that the opposition has expressed hatred towards today. Hate should not be intertwined with a gun sense discussion. This is the exact reason why we should pass SB 171. This bill will prohibit people who have committed hate crime misdemeanors from possessing guns. In the United States, more than 28 hate crimes are committed per day. More than 28 people per day will suffer from the same nightmare that I experienced the night that I had to lay on top of my little sister and her friends to protect them from a madman with several guns. I tell myself, that's what big sisters are supposed to do. But the truth is, like my sister says, it's your job as leaders of our state to protect us from madmen or women with several guns. Please support SB 171. Our lives depend on it, and disarm hate.
All right, I don't see anybody else coming to the table in Carson City to give support testimony. So we will go to Las Vegas for support testimony. go ahead and take a seat and begin whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Ariana Saunders, ARIANA, and I am a volunteer with Nevada Moms Demand Action. I live in Las Vegas, and I'm here today to ask you to support SB 171 to prohibit people who have committed hate crime misdemeanors from possessing guns. As you just heard, in the U.S., more than 28 hate crimes that involve a gun are committed every day. As a Black woman and a mother, that directly impacts me, my community, and my family. The sense of safety that we all deserve to live with is increasingly harder to reach when we know that Black people are 6 times more likely to die by gun homicide, and that they are victims of nearly half of all race-based hate crimes, and that nearly 75% of homicides committed against trans people are with a gun. It is clear that hate and guns are a fatal combination. SB 171 can dismantle that combination and help restore a sense of safety that those unfairly targeted by hate deserve. Please remember that the word ally is a verb. Please take action to keep the members of your community, your constituents, safe by showing them that you will not tolerate hate and you will do what it takes to disarm hate in our communities. Pass 171 and disarm hate. Thank you.
I'm Wendy Starkweather, and I reside in Henderson and am a volunteer with Nevada Moms Demand Action. I'm here today in support of SB 171. It's a common sense measure that will prohibit people who have already committed hate crime misdemeanors from possessing or purchasing guns. You've heard the statistics. And you've also heard that hate crimes literally target people in minority communities. I'm afraid for those communities and the people of them who have communicated their fears today. This bill will help ensure that people with a proven history of violently expressing their hateful views, that they cannot access firearms. The bill will also strengthen the current law to ensure that a person convicted of the crime of battery that results in domestic violence will be unable to purchase a firearm. It's clear to me that Nevada's vulnerable communities will be safer with the passage of SB 171. Please support this bill and disarm hate.
Hello again, my name is Jessica Cantu. I'm a Henderson resident, a mom, and a volunteer with Nevada Moms Demand Action. I ask you to support SB 171 to prohibit people who've committed hate crime misdemeanors from possessing guns. It is your duty as lawmakers to ensure that individuals who have proven themselves dangerous to others, who threaten the safety and the very lives of their fellow Americans, do not have legal access to lethal weapons. Please keep guns out of dangerous hands by supporting this bill. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nicole Salovey. I live in Las Vegas, and I'm a volunteer with Nevada Moms Demand Action. I'm also a management consultant and a mother. I'm here today to ask you to support SB 171 to prohibit people who have committed hate crime misdemeanors from possessing guns. A misdemeanor hate crime could include intentional infliction of bodily injury, use of force to intimidate, brandishing or discharging a firearm in a threatening manner, and credible threats of violence. Hate crimes have been on the rise, specifically anti-Semitic hate crimes. As a Jewish person and a mother of 2 young Jewish children, unfortunately, I know that we can be targeted. Everyone deserves to feel safe knowing that people with a proven history of hate-motivated violence do not have access to firearms. Please support SB 171 and disarm hate.
I'm Neil Gilfillan of West Las Vegas and support SB 171. A person who has known violent hate but come to understand and subdue that evil within them will not have need for such a weapon. Wanting one demonstrates that they have not yet conquered their ego, so they are still a risk. Thank you again Peace.
Hi, my name is Adana Frankel, and I live in Las Vegas. I'm Jewish. I know previously I went to one synagogue, and there were armed guards at the parking lot. Last week went to a Purim carnival in Summerlin, and everyone had to go through metal detectors. Last night I went to a Passover Seder in Henderson, and there were 2 police cars with all their lights flashing at the closest intersection. It's not a problem that is going away, and it doesn't just affect the Jewish community. I hope that our legislature can pass this bill and make our communities safer. Thank you.
All right, I don't see anybody else coming to the table in Las Vegas. Okay, so we will go to the phones for testimony in support of SB 171.
To testify in support of SB 171, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits 448. You are unmuted and may begin.
My name is Jennifer Fligler, and I live in Henderson, Nevada. I'm a volunteer with Nevada Moms Demand Action. I am asking you to support SB 171, which prohibits people who've committed hate crime misdemeanors from possessing guns. In the U.S., more than 28 hate crimes that involve a gun are committed every day. These hate crimes target minority communities and can be deadly. As a person with family members and friends who fall into various minority populations who are at risk of being the victim of a hate crime, I urge you to please vote to support SB 171 and disarm hate. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Rudy Lamora, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself. As a gun owner, I'm asking you all to support this measure. My Latino and my Asian family are asking y'all to disarm hate because we cannot keep having your thoughts and prayers after every incident that our communities face. Again, please support this measure and disarm hate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Eric Jang, ERICJNG, here on behalf of One API Nevada. Last month, the FBI released hate crime stats for 2021 that cited 746 attacks targeting people of Asian descent across the country, up from 249 a year earlier, and the most reported in 3 decades. Asian make up 12.5% of the state's population. On the other hand, Stop AAPI Hate, a nonprofit group that began tracking hate crimes against Asian American Pacific Islander amidst the pandemic, has tallied more than 11,000 complaints of experiences allegedly involving hate since 2020. As the 3rd most diverse state in the nation, we thank Senator Harris for sponsoring SB 171 to disarm hate. In the end, it's about safety, it's about security, and this will save lives for our community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Rook, and I live in a Senate and Assembly District 3. As a queer and transgender person, I live in daily fear of bias-motivated violence. Why? Because I've heard the stories of too many victims, both as a journalist reporting on hate crimes and as a friend and loved one of multiple people who have been assaulted simply for existing. And it's getting worse. In a speech at the recent CPAC conference, Michael Knowles said that, quote, transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely, end quote. Just 2 days ago, his Daily Wire colleague Matt Walsh delivered a public talk in New Mexico titled, quote, Genocide, How the Trans Agenda Destroys Human Life and Common Sense, end quote. While these comments may dance on the line between free speech and intimidation, I've seen how they can inspire others to violent harassment. After publishing a critical review of Walsh's documentary, What is a Woman?, I found myself in the crosshairs of his followers, who sent me messages like the following, quote, "Hey, I hope somebody will beat you, not to death, but to disability. That way other people can continue to beat you." According to the National Institute for Justice, hate crimes motivated by bias related to sexual orientation or gender identity are more likely to be violent. While not all crimes can be prevented, prohibiting those with a history of bias-motivated violence and intimidation from possessing firearms is a common-sense measure to reduce the risk of future harm to those targeted by hate. Please support SB 171.
Hi, my name is Jerry Burton. It's Jeriburton. I'm the co-executive director of the Nevada chapter of the National Organization for Women, and I've also been a volunteer with Nevada Moms Demand Action chapter. I'm calling in support of SB 171 because no one convicted of a hate crime should be allowed to buy a gun, period. We need to disarm hate. Please vote for SB 171. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I am Daela Gibson, Daela Gibson. I'm a constituent of SD 14 and AD 32, and I ditto in support of this bill. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits 142. Please press *6 to unmute your phone.
ARQUART. Hi, good evening, Madam Chair and the members of the committee. For the record, my name is Nick Marquardt, last name MARQUART. I want to thank you for the time to support testimony in support of SB 171. I am a gun owner, and I support everyone's right to have a gun, whether it's mine or anybody else's, but I'm also a cisgender white man. And what that means is I won't be the target of any type of a hate crime. But the issue with this is, as a safety professional in my day job, I use a methodology called the hierarchy of controls, and that's what we use to reduce risk. When we know a hazard exists, the first and best effective method that we have to control that risk is to eliminate the hazard. When we have someone using a gun to commit a hate crime, we prove that any group is at risk except for people that are looking like me. And this isn't something that I've had to worry about. But by disallowing the purchase of a gun and performing the strongest risk mitigation efforts that we have, that is removing guns from the hands of people that are most likely to use them, we are saving communities that I love and people that I cherish in my life. So again, I wanted to say thank you for your time and please vote yes on SB 171.
Hello, my name is Sy Bernady, SYBERNABEI. I'm with Gender Justice Nevada, and I'm calling in support of SB 171. I am often threatened online just for being an openly LGBTQ plus creator. Last week, I reported 24 threats. One of the most recent ones said, "Bullets will solve transgenderism." That person was reported, but I'm sure at some point he will try to commit a hate crime. And if he does, do you really think that person should be able to get a hold of a gun? The mentality of people who commit hate crimes is not the same as someone who just robs someone for their money. Hate crimes are usually more bloody, deadly, and heinous, usually a culmination of verbal threats against that community. People who are killed in our community are often stalked, pistol whipped, tortured, sexually assaulted, attacked with acid, and burned alive. That doesn't happen when someone just robs you for your money. There is a huge difference, and those kind of people who commit hate crimes should not have access to guns. Again, I support SB 171. Thank you.
If you have recently joined and would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 171, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, committee. For the record, my name is Kimberly Carden. I am a resident of Assembly District 31 and Senate District 14. and a representative for Indivisible Northern Nevada. I ditto in support of this bill.
There are no other callers choosing to testify in support at this time.
All right, having concluded support testimony, we will move to testimony in opposition, starting with those in person in Carson City. Go ahead and make your way down to the table. And go ahead whenever you're ready.
Sure. Chair Scheibel and members of the committee, for the record, Dan Reed, Western Regional Director with the National Rifle Association. I want to start off by thanking Senator Harris for the conversation. We had a really in-depth conversation on this bill. Our opposition stems from the expansion to additional misdemeanor crimes that act as a firearm prohibition. We feel that this legislation is overly broad in the goals, is that it includes a lot of nonviolent misdemeanor type offenses. If you look at the definition of hate crime under 207-185, you have crimes included such as disturbing a meeting and nuisance in a public building, posting of bills, signs, or posters. And so that is of concern to us. Imagine someone who shows up at a school because they object to the content that's being portrayed there, and they might find themselves in this situation. We don't want to have a person in that type of situation that does it. There's more than 24 offenses listed under 207-185. There's also some court precedent on misdemeanor crimes that don't involve violence, and this, I feel, could fall into that category where it could be unconstitutional there. Just a note on the California bill, there's definitely a clear line of distinction. The California bill included two different categories. One involved force or threat of force. The other one was destruction of property with the intent to intimidate someone from exercising a constitutional right. Both of those carry a 10-year prohibition, whereas in this bill, it's a lifetime prohibition for those crimes. And then the lesser crimes that I mentioned, such as unlawful assembly, are the 10-year prohibition. So we have some concerns with that. And with that, I'm in opposition. Thank you very much for indulging me.
And Mr. Reed, I wouldn't normally put somebody on the spot, but you did offer to answer questions previously.
That was a personal offer when we were talking. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'll answer a question for you.
No, not for me. I just want to see if any members of the committee had any questions. All right, then.
Thank you very much.
Oh, Assemblymember Cohen.
So if those amendments are made to make it like the California bill, will you be in support?
Chair, through you to the member, obviously any sort of language that I'm going to agree on a position, I'm going to need to see it first. Like this bill in particular, in some respects, you look at it and it doesn't seem to be so comprehensive, but when you actually go and dig into the definitions of what constitutes a hate crime and all the enumerated offenses that are there, that's where it becomes more problematic. I can tell you in California, we were neutral on the bill.
All right, Senator Krasner.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Reed, if the crimes under NRS 207.185 that you said are listed that are nonviolent, such as unlawful assembly, are removed from the bill, then would you be in support of this?
Chair, I really opened a can of worms here, huh? Again, this is really technical, and like the other bills that we've heard today, they're of hyper-technical nature. I mean, we heard some subject matter on the definition of frames and receivers and how that can be perceived, and the criminal ramifications of what that could lead to in Nevada and who thinks they may be in compliance with the law. And so when we start to get into matters of rights and someone being able to exercise those and whether they could inadvertently be in violation, I think that it's really important to actually dig in and look at the language. But I'm happy to have continued discussions, and I'm happy to continue the discussion with the sponsor. So thank you.
All right, thank you for indulging us. We will continue on with opposition testimony. Please go ahead, whoever's next, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, committees. My name is Jim DeGraffenried. I'm Nevada's Republican National Committee man in opposition to SB 171 on behalf of the Nevada Republican Party. We're opposed to this bill because of its overreach and subjectivity. SB 171 proposes to revoke Nevadans' rights to purchase or own a firearm from 10 years to forever, but only if they've committed a so-called hate crime. Yet who decides what a hate crime is? During the recent hearing on SB 227, it was clear that vague and subjective definitions of hate crime and hate speech leave Nevada's laws wide open for redefining speech that someone doesn't like as a hate crime. If a crime has been committed, it matters not why. Criminal behavior should be punished consistently regardless of what motivated the crime. To deny anyone their constitutionally guaranteed rights based on someone else's subjective opinion of what they may have been thinking is a travesty. We urge these committees to not continue down the slippery slope of unequal justice with SB 171. Thank you.
Madam Chair, as members of the committee, my name is Janine Hansen. I'm the state president of the Independent American Party. A hate crime can be actual or perceived, according to the bill. SB 171 is most egregious. It makes even attempting to commit a hate crime a gross misdemeanor, which takes away a person's right to purchase, own, or have in their possession a firearm, denying them the right to keep and bear arms. Hate crimes are totally subjective, subject to political interpretation, therefore very dangerous. For instance, a 19-year-old woman was arrested in Utah for hate crimes for stepping on a Blue Lives Matter sign in the presence of a deputy sheriff. If not for the hate crime loophole, the woman would clearly be protected under the First Amendment. If there is a violent crime committed, it is already against the law, and we should not put dangerous, subjective hate crimes into our gun law statutes. Hate crimes provide unequal justice. During the Protection of Marriage campaign, I was repeatedly threatened and had to have a bodyguard with me continually. However, a crime against me would never be considered a hate crime. Please oppose this bill and unequal justice under the law.
Good evening. Bob Russo for the record. I oppose Senate Bill 171. Personally, I find this bill to be quite vague when it comes to defining violent hate crime. Is someone guilty of a violent hate crime because their actions or speech was perceived by someone as a threat when that may not have been the intention or the case at all? As we know, past emotional traumas, and we all have them, can be misinterpreted as a threat when objectively that is not the case. Will someone be charged with a violent hate crime because they peacefully assemble outside an abortion clinic with a sign that supports life? Yes, I have concerns that this bill, if it becomes law, could be used to target political opponents or people that others may disagree with politically. In other words, it could be used as a political weapon to deter the free speech or dialogue of people other people or groups may disagree with. And it also infringes upon a person's right to self-defense. So I ask you to please oppose this bill. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Madam Chairs, committee members. For the record, Cindy Martinez, Marine Corps veteran, retired post-certified Nevada peace officer and certified NRA range safety officer. Ditto on opposed testimony. I'm Spanish and multi-ethnic by descent. I'm a conservative, I'm a senior citizen, a law enforcement professional, and one of the increasingly persecuted, a Catholic. I carry a gun to Mass on Sunday. We're balkanized. And this bill is an effort to protect everyone from everything, everywhere, all the time, which is impossible. SB 171 does nothing to cure what is inherent in aberrant human nature, and that's evil. To quote Thomas Jefferson, I prefer dangerous liberty over peaceful slavery. I perceive this, too, to be crafted in the name of safety, but clearly written and intended as further incremental infringements of the Second Amendment. Please vote no on SB 171.
Casey Rogers for the record. First, I'm going to say, do you know where the increase in hate is coming from? It's coming from propagandists. That's the first thing. I would like to ask some questions now. Is force masking a 2-year-old and holding his arms down to restrict his breathing of oxygen while he gets on an airplane, while he screams and cries and wails around, is that a hate crime? Is leaving an 8-month-old baby or just pulling one apart out of someone's womb, is that a hate crime? Is coercion to feed one's family by putting a bioweapon, gene therapy, into their arm, is that a hate crime? It is ludicrous to think that you can stop hate. Do you think that I wouldn't hate somebody that did these things to people? It's the closest thing that just happened to our entire country, our entire globe. And you're saying that you think you can control hate? One thing a neighbor told me once, because I was gunless, but I was alone in my house with 3 children. They said to me specifically, "Do you know that there are dangerous people out there willing to come into your home and hurt you and your kids?" And I said, I didn't even think of it that way. Maybe you should have a weapon to defend yourself. That's the whole point. It is there for our safety when we believe that's the safe way to live. I oppose this bill.
Madam Chair, Sean Meehan for the record. The sponsor claimed that these types of crimes have a higher bar for conviction, but I was shocked to the story I found from Newsweek in November that the San Diego District Attorney General's office reported that Roger Witoff was convicted of a misdemeanor battery violating a victim's civil rights for slapping the man and telling him to go back to your country. Certainly offensive and wrong, but he'd be falling under this law. The Southern Poverty Law Center is being sued for slander for overly aggressive labeling hate. They are the go-to group that routinely brands mainstream conservative Christians as hate groups, placing them on a map equal with chapters of the Ku Klux Klan. A federal judge refused to dismiss the lawsuit against them. What hate speech is defined as is changing, folks. How about we stop labeling and dividing each other and admit that murder and assault and hate are bad? If I assault Senator Hansen, whether I want his wallet or I don't like him because of his faith, those are both hate in my mind and in my heart. Our society needs to learn that people looking to commit violence have already cleared the mental hurdle of giving a crap about laws. They don't know the laws, and they are already ready to break some to commit violence before this one even exists. Intolerance and violence in our society will only be solved when our society learns to encourage love, not force tolerance and division. Dividing and labeling people is hate.
Hello, my name is Stephen Hirsch, and I oppose this bill. My great-grandfather fled Germany as a Jew, and I am myself a veteran. So listen closely why I oppose this bill. The bill is composed of 3 very separate issues: owning a firearm after domestic violence, mentally ill, and hate crimes. 3 very separate things. So it should be separated into 3 separate bills. My issue is what is considered mentally ill. Being disqualified from owning firearms, according to the ohiobar.org, by the way, the law recognizes that mental illness can limit the mental capacity of a person to act responsibly. Now that mental health professionals have come to recognize PTSD as a mental illness and personality disorder, the law also recognizes that PTSD can diminish a person's mental capacity. This means that the law may treat a person diagnosed with PTSD as having a mental illness. You can see why this is an issue for vets. There are 19.2 million vets in Nevada. The VA says about 7% have PTSD, so 1.3 million Nevada vets would be criminalized for having the same amendment that they fought for, even though fighting for that amendment gave them the PTSD. I oppose this bill.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Burke. And first of all, I just hear so many people talking about their victim stories and how they're targeted. It seems like everyone has one. And I, too, have my story. I was threatened by an LGBT person. I have a young family member who was also threatened by another minority group. And lastly, I grew up in a severely domestic violent home. And in our home, we did have guns, because back then everyone had guns. But the difference, I guess, was in those days, when something happened involving a gun, you didn't blame the gun, you blamed the person. And I also have to wonder if someone takes a car, they drive a car, as they have, into a group of people and kill them, why don't we blame the car or want to take away cars? I think this is just another way to whittle away at our gun rights. And it's also disturbing and sad that the real issues get ignored. As the previous gentleman said, that there's no desire to address the mental health prescription drugs that are involved in these events most often, or more often than not. And as for the discussion regarding getting caught up in a hate crime and
you
that...
have reached 1 minute if you could wrap it up.
Okay, if one doesn't have to worry about getting charged with harassment, being ex-law enforcement, I can tell you that sometimes well-meaning laws and wording it can be manipulated so that well-meaning citizens are caught up in that net and can have their guns taken away. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Looks like we have one more person to testify in person in Carson City. Go ahead whenever you're ready. And if you want to start making your way to the table in Las Vegas, that would be great.
My name is Barbara Jones, Jones. I am opposed to the bill also and agree with pretty much what people have said. And I would just say I'm not a gun owner. I don't like guns, and I don't want to have one. But we are living in a dangerous time. Hatred isn't the answer. It's safer to have people with guns. Who's going to protect you when they come after you if you're receiving hate? Who's going to protect you? I hope someone is around that has a gun that will protect me. They've offered to. So it's not, look at the cities that have the strongest anti-gun laws. They have the most crime and hate. So hatred isn't the answer. Love is. This is a good time of year to think about that. And thank you for listening. Bless you all.
All right, I don't see anybody else coming down to the table to testify in Carson City, so we will go to Las Vegas. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Leslie Quinn, and I oppose SB 171. I oppose hate crimes, especially in the expression of another person. Yet the POTUS calls fellow Americans domestic terrorists because of the MAGA acronym. Parents standing up for their children at school board meetings are called hate crimes. During the 2022 election campaigns, Nevadans received hate mailers, trash commercials, YouTube and social media venues spewing lies and hate against Republican candidates. Many didn't feel safe with the aggressiveness shown at election polls because of the lies being perpetuated by the opposite party. How do Nevadans know if a person is attempting to commit a hate crime with so much hypocrisy being evidenced by our own leadership? Please do not take away our Second Amendment constitutional rights. SB 171 will not disarm hate. It will only take away Second Amendment constitutional rights from law-abiding citizens. Criminals will always get weapons to carry out nefarious acts of crime. Thank you.
Matthew Yealy, Y-E-A-L-Y, Las Vegas native, NRA lifetime, gun shop employee, range safety instructor. I oppose this bill because it could be construed as overly vague. When it references in here NRS 200-571 and the different subsections and paragraphs, in that paragraph it says something about mental health. So that means that someone could get offended by something that somebody else says, file a complaint, have a misdemeanor for violating their mental health. First Amendment protects us against that, so on and so forth. This needs to be narrowed down a little bit tighter than what's currently here. As its current written form, I do oppose it. There's been references to California quite a bit. Please try to keep in mind, we are not them. Stop emulating California. People are leaving there in droves because of the things that they do like this in the legislature. Thank you.
All right, I don't see anybody else coming to the table in Las Vegas, so we will go to the phone lines for testimony in opposition to SB 171.
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 171, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
P-Y-R-U-S, H-O-J-J-A-T-Y. All these claims of hate and white supremacists are pretty vague. If somebody defends the legitimate interests of European Americans, the fact that they're being discriminated, is that hatred? Is ADL is necessarily a credible organization? Because many people who They claim that they're hateful. I've interviewed and met in person on a regular basis, and they have no criminal records. Maybe it's the fact that whites are constantly being told that they have to be guilty, and the diversity is being forced on them, even in Europe. This mass propaganda is leading to massive frustration. Will we enforce hate against attacks against white people? Because I know black on white crime is several times higher than the other way around. What about straight people? Did you know that much of the crimes against Asians are coming from blacks? Did you know that other races, particularly from Muslim countries, are far more likely to be anti-Semitic? What about hatred against fat people? You know, in the Charlottesville incident, they used a car to run
And that
through
is
people.
1 minute. If you could
What
wrap
about
up,
hatred
please.
against- Okay, diversity has issues, and God bless European Americans.
All right. Next caller, please.
Wiz Rizard, W-I-Z-R-O-U-Z-A-R-D, calling on my personal endeavor. I dislike hate and I dislike crimes. Yes, these two words are independent in their own right. This bill is hypocritical to the fundamental belief of what many in the room have advocated when discussing criminal justice reform. This seeks to deprive an individual of their constitutional right to defend themselves despite them serving their time, and in this case for perhaps something they said towards a group they may have disliked, which is a nonviolent offense. Sarah Hansen and Assembly Gray are correct in pointing out what this bill is intended to do and what the expansion of the definition of hate crime. Let me just say what Martin Luther King said. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. Hate multiplies hate. Violence multiplies violence, and toughness multiplies toughness into a descending spiral of destruction. We saw during the COVID-19 government lockdowns, people were spewing hate, whether it's vaccinated to the unvaccinated, to those wanting a mask, to those who didn't want masks. We saw Blue Lives Matter versus Black Lives Matter, and so on and so forth. And in this case, Republicans versus Democrats. This devolving behavior is plaguing our society, and with a vote in support of this bill, it will continue that down spiral vote. I urge you to vote no on this bill. Protect constitutional right, be principled, do the right thing, and ensure that our society principles and freedoms are preserved, not a subjective weaponization of an institution of government towards another group. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Caller with the last three digits 225, please press *6 to unmute your phone.
Hi, Catherine Ivanov, Ivanoss. When seconds matter, police are minutes away. There is a reason we all want to have the right to protect ourselves. You cannot protect us from everything. We should be able to protect ourselves when we can. I do everything everybody said, and this bill doesn't do anything to address the root of the problem. It's not going to help if you put law-abiding citizens in a position that they cannot protect themselves. Please don't make new tragedy appear by voting for that bill. Please leave us the constitutional right to bear arms and have the chance to protect ourselves, our loved ones, and probably people that we don't even know if the situation calls for it. Thank you so much, and have a lovely day.
Hello, my name is Michael Ryan, M-I-C-H-A-E-L-R-Y-A-N. I'm a longtime resident of Nevada, and Marine Corps veteran and a responsible gun owner. Senate Bill 171 would revoke Nevadans' rights to purchase or own any firearm for 10 years to life if they have committed a so-called hate crime. To take away a person's constitutionally guaranteed rights based on someone's subjective opinion of what they may have been thinking is a travesty. This bill represents infringement of a core constitutional right without any indication that it will do anything to reduce gun violence. Please do not support Senate Bill 171. Thank you.
My name is Chandler Arnold, ChandlerArnold, out of Las Vegas, Nevada. While this bill may have good intentions on its face, the reality is quite different and would ban firearms for 10 years for a nonviolent misdemeanor, not a felony. Yes, it's a gross misdemeanor, still much lower bar, obviously, in the eyes of the law in terms of punishing someone. A misdemeanor that can be entirely subjective, since it is a hate crime and with a wide definition, and could be for something as innocuous as misgendering someone. And despite the protesting otherwise, that is the direction things are heading in this country. There was recently a law in California before it was thrown out in the courts that did just that. The ever-expanding list of what constitutes a hate crime nakedly shows how this bill is not about public safety, but about restricting your rights. The very mention of gender identity or expression, an incredibly recent term, shows how the definition of hate crime continues to expand. The deferment to laws in other states is also incredibly questionable and undemocratic. This bill also has nothing to do with mass shootings, domestic violence, or protecting anyone from violence. In fact, if that was the concern, then why are people currently convicted of a hate crime involving violence allowed to keep their firearms under Section 2 of this bill? Oppose SB 171.
Caller with the last three digits 251, you are unmuted and may begin.
My name is Alex Rodriguez, AlexRodriguez. I am here speaking on behalf of the Libertarian Party in Nevada. I oppose SB 171. Once again, the only hate crime, according to the Nevada State Constitution, Article 1, Section 11, once again, is the crime that actually happens with the firing of a gun that shoots with intention. This is passed. We will take this to an upper court, and we will have this struck down. Maybe people will take violent crimes seriously and make our community safer if we actually have county district attorneys and judges that actually do their jobs and prosecute the criminals that actually commit a crime by way of hurting victims. That's all I got to say.
My name is Celeste Parks, CelesParks. I oppose SB 171. I am a law-abiding citizen, and SB 171 is a direct infringement upon our rights as Americans. We have always had guns. It's the godless morality in this country that has changed the violence, has increased the violence in this country, not the actual guns itself. I also do question the gun control advocates who yet shows no concern for the children that are being brutally murdered in the womb. Please oppose SB 171. Thank you.
Hello, committee, and this is John Carlo, the young gentleman from Las Vegas, and also representing the Confederacy, the old part of Las Vegas. And basically, we need to stand up for the Second Amendment, and you guys are not focusing on the real, protecting real human life. We do have a bad DA. I know many of the Democrats do not like the DA's office, and it's a mess. But I do ditto the Libertarian Party. I agree with that. But no, this is crazy. We will always stand up for our guns. You guys, I would love to see this challenged in court by the supremacy clause. Have a good night.
Hello, this is Susan Prophet, and I'm the Vice President of the Nevada Republican Club. I'm speaking for myself, however. I am against the gun bill today and the crimes against me at the polls and the Clark County ROV. You need to hear this story to understand that what we heard earlier is not accurate. We are afraid to go back to the ROV without a bodyguard. Political parties need to be added to the list of people being discriminated against by Democrats today. I was discriminated against when the previous chairman refused to let us and several others waiting to object to the last bill. And I'd like to know why you refused to put police at the ROV and the polls to protect the observers and the voters. We are the ones being abused. I no longer feel safe in the Clark County ROV, and I cannot return inside the ballot centers without a bodyguard. In fact, I asked Victoria Seaman if I could borrow hers the other day. Okay? So after Joe Gloria, Lorena Petrillo, and Dan Coolin intimidated, harassed, abused, and in one instance physically attacked me with a forklift and shoved a load of tables within 6 inches of our toes. And later, Joe Gloria implicated Metro Police when he claimed there was no, it didn't happen. Well, it did, and then there were witnesses. So it's very hard for me to listen to the misinformation given by the Democrats and claim that they are the ones being abused when it is us. And our Nevada government
you have reached a minute. If you could wrap it up,
not doing anything about it. So this bill and others clearly give your party the power to abuse and disarm us, but no one can act hateful towards you. It was so severe that
that
I
is
am
a minute.
seriously
So if you could wrap up, please.
You know what? Forget it. You don't want to hear it. You're not going to do anything about it. So I yield my time.
Thank you for your time today. My name is Jessica Ansel. For the record, I oppose SB 171. This is just another attempt to swipe away our rights as Americans. I speak up now, not just for protecting myself, but to protect my children, my grandchildren, and the rest of our future generations. I ditto all those who oppose ahead of me, and you can have the remainder of my time. God bless America.
Hello, is it my turn?
It is. Go ahead.
Oh, I think so. Oh, thank you. Okay, my name is Bridget Oka, that's OKA, and I live in Clark County. This bill I find very, very scary because I believe it does try to focus on a certain particular demographic or group of people and take away their Second Amendment. And I'm not, it's like attempting to commit a hate crime or perceived, actual or perceived race or color, religion. I think what I'm afraid of is that it's going to target people who are considered politically incorrect. So let's say if you have a group who's going to pray, across the street from an abortion clinic, they will be rounded up and charged with this. I think in the end, it's going to make people afraid to disagree with a political party in fear of being, having their Second Amendments taken away and labeled. So I really think, and I ask that you oppose or vote against SB 171.
If you have recently joined and would like to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 171, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits 719, please press star 6 to unmute your phone.
My name is Daniel Rothman. I'm a retired colonel. I was the deputy commander for the Nevada Army National Guard. I'm registered as a nonpartisan voter. I'm also served Nevada as the associate state director for Bureau of Land Management. Since 1985, I've been face-to-face with mainstream citizens all across Nevada. Nevada is made up of good people. Nevada is made up of bad people. And Nevada has a lot of people in between. And no matter what laws you pass, the good ones are going to stay good, the bad ones are going to stay bad, and the ones in between are going to move up and down the line. Passing SB 171 is an absolute waste of time. Passing SB 171 it's blatantly unconstitutional. It's going to detract from the abilities of the public servants like me to correct the bad ones, to protect the good ones, and stand beside all the ones in between. Giving special deference to one set of people only polarizes and aggravates the people that are left out. You will do more harm to hate crime victims than you will help. SB 171 puts a target on the back of the very people you're trying to protect. Also, some of them fall in the categories that are going to be
you have reached a minute. If you could wrap it up.
Having the ability to protect themselves. Okay, my grandson, I explained this to him, and the only thing he came up with, and it fits, is that he said that you're going to end up, the bad guys have guns, the bad guys are going to know the good guys don't have guns, and it's just going to go downhill in a hurry. Thank you very much.
So my name is Lorena Cardenas, Lorenacardenas. Again, you're infringing. I, as a parent, have been labeled a domestic terrorist for disagreeing with my government, and I too have been threatened with bodily harm by a man dressed as a woman. So what constitutes a hate crime? So am I disagreeing with that radical ideology to offer sex changes to minors be deemed as hateful? Will you be able to twist my views to fit your narrative and restrict me from defending myself with the Second Amendment? Of course it is, and because of that, I've already been called a domestic terrorist by the. It is very scary that I wouldn't be able to defend myself like every other citizen has a right to do. I myself feel very hated and discriminated against for being a conservative and a Christian, much like the 6 people in the Christian school massacred in Tennessee by the transgender woman. The Constitution is the law of the land, and you are not above it. Stop trying to change America and what it stands for by proposing more government overreach to moderate everyone's behavior. Thank you.
There are no other callers choosing to testify in opposition at this time.
All right, thank you so much. Having reached the end of opposition testimony in person and on the phone, we will move to testimony in the neutral position. Anybody wishing to give neutral testimony in person is invited to the table in Carson City or Las Vegas. But I don't see anybody coming to either table. So we will go ahead and move on to the phones for neutral testimony on SB 171.
To testify in neutral to Senate Bill 171, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. There are no callers choosing to testify in neutral at this time.
All right, in that case, we have concluded testimony on SB 171, and I'll invite the sponsor and presenters back up to the table to make closing remarks and any clarifying comments.
Thank you so much, Chair Scheibel. Hang in there, y'all. We're almost to the end, I promise. I first want to get the elephant, I mentioned the elephant in the room. Yes, Ms. Hanson and I did coordinate our outfits this morning. You have to find common ground where you can, and frankly, I think we're both killing it. To the Assemblywoman Hanson, I wanted to follow up on your question earlier. I was notified there's another misdemeanor, domestic battery. Domestic battery, where we take people's guns away after they've committed that crime, and that is just a misdemeanor, not a gross. I heard a lot of testimony just to kind of level set about what we're talking about here and what your vote, either yes or no, would mean. We heard a lot of testimony about people driving into cars into people, and we don't take their cars away. But guess what? Reckless driving with substantial bodily injury, that's a felony. We take your gun away. Mr. Hanson, if I was to sign a check in your name without your permission, that's a felony. My gun gets taken away. If I stalk any of y'all on the internet, that's a felony. Your gun gets taken away. Although we've legalized marijuana in this state, if anybody gets caught with more than an ounce on them, felony. Gun's gone. And no shade to you, Senator Wynn, but if we passed your catalytic converter and I got busted with the possession of 3 catalytic converters, felony. My guns are taken away. And so what that means today, and when this vote comes before you, if you vote no, then you are saying that if you're convicted of a hate crime, you deserve to continue to have your Second Amendment right more than someone who forges a check. And because this is the state of Nevada, and casinos are a big part of our economy, if I've got an unpaid casino marker, that's a felony. My gun gets taken away. So let's just be real here about whether it makes sense to take people's guns away for all of those things I just mentioned, but allow people who are convicted of hate crimes to continue to possess and purchase one. That's the decision before us today. Whether we like the definition of hate crimes or not, we have a yes or a no choice here. And I'll just close by saying we also heard a lot of testimony about the subjectivity of a hate crime. Our criminal justice system is meant to remove subjectivity from the equation. You can feel that someone committed a hate crime against you all day, but until a DA brings charges or some other prosecutor and a judge and a jury convict you after you are entitled to your defense and to face your accuser in what we all think is probably the best criminal system in the world, that's when you will have your gun taken away, potentially. This is not about anyone's feelings. My feelings get hurt all the time. That doesn't mean a crime's been committed. We have due process. Nothing would take that away. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Harris. That brings us to the conclusion of our hearing on SB 171. I will now close the hearing and pass the gavel back over to Chair Miller.
Thank you for that, Chair Scheibel. We do have one item left on the agenda, and that would be public comment. So again, public comment is to make public comment to those issues under the purview of this committee, but not at all related to the actual three bills that we heard tonight. That's what testimony was for. So with that, we will start here, and everyone will have up to 2 minutes to make public comment here starting in Carson City.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Brooke Malath. I would like to extend my thanks to Chair Miller for keeping the conduct of this meeting on point and on the issues of the bills at hand. Attempting to besmirch an entire category of marginalized children is a display of ignorance and bigotry with cruel intent. If there is any member of this body who would honestly like to learn the history and science of supporting the gender identity of humankind, there are many sources of valid information. I have been one in this building for many, many years. Jumping to conclusions about the motive of the Tennessee shooting before there is a thorough investigation is inflammatory. A diagnosis of gender dysphoria is not a mental disease or defect. Just like cisgender white men, behavioral comorbidities can exist and require separate, individualized treatment. It is beneath the dignity of this body to attack Nevada citizens with comments that intend to harm and dehumanize them. Please, keep the attacks to yourselves. Do not besmirch this body with that kind of outrageous comment. I thank you for your time. If you want to learn, please contact me. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment here in Carson City? In Las Vegas, is there anyone wishing to make public comment? Okay, also not seeing anyone come forward there. Then broadcasting, will you open the lines, please?
To provide public comment, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Wiz Rizard, that's spelled Wizrouzard. Just want to take the time to really say thank you to every single member of this committee and the chair for a well-run meeting. Greatly appreciate hearing everybody's opinions. And more importantly, I really enjoyed some of the hard questions that were asked, and I appreciate the committee chair for allowing that. Thank you.
Thank you. There were two chairs, but we rarely get to hear that kind of public comment, so we appreciate it. Thank you. Next caller.
Caller with the last 3 digits 178, please press star 6 to unmute your phone. Again, caller with the last 3 digits 178, please press star 6.
This is John Carlo again, and I just want the committee to be very real about caring for other people, because I don't believe that this idea that we're against hate when we want to abort babies. That is uncalled for. That is not caring about the mother. It's not caring about the baby. It's not caring about our economy. Basically, the well-being of this country. We're underpopulated. The enemy countries are gaining more people than we are. And like I always say, I'm an advocate for the African American community, which they're the minority community. So why eliminate the population? Why eliminate your own people? Like, this goes against the Constitution. But guys, you guys are really not focusing on real crimes that are happening at the election polls, like Susan Prophet was talking about, and my friends that were at the election polls, Joe Gloria, all the mess. Guys, we are very fed up with it. You guys need to focus on the real crimes, the real things that are happening. But I wish you guys a very good night, and I do appreciate you guys. I always say that. So with all that said, I depart, and I wish you guys have a good night.
Thank you so much.
Hello, this is Susan Prophet, Proffitt, and I disagree with one of the other callers who said it was a great session. I don't think so, because you interrupted me 3 times, and there's a pattern of that. Okay? I've been testifying in several other commissions, and it seems when it's the Democrats in control, they are lording it over us and shutting us down and censoring us just the way they do on social media and the news. And so I am very concerned with our present legislatures. We have very few Republicans there fighting for us, and they're fighting tooth and nail against people who seem to have some strange agenda of being tyrants to the community here. I mean, how can we live like this? It's uncalled for. I mean, if you're worried about hate crimes, why don't you address hate crimes against us? You guys have been really awful to us, and it's terrible. I mean, how can you betray your own constituents time after time after time when you vote against their wishes repeatedly? And then when they complain, they shut you down. And when we report it, you don't let, the Attorney General take it to court. We know that you are trying to destroy us so that you can take over permanently. And that is not a conspiracy theory. I think you proved it yourself today. So I yield my time, but I'm coming back, and I will keep on coming back until it gets through your head. I am not going away. I am standing up for my rights, and I will not let you take them away without a fight. And when you come for my guns, you better leave me alone. I do not like being threatened. I've been threatened by the ROV. I have been getting death threats, and you know what? You really don't want to hear us. You show
Ma'am,
it
your 2
all the
minutes are
time.
up.
If you have recently joined and would like to provide public comment, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue.
Anne-Marie Grant, ANNEMARIEGRANT. My brother Thomas Purdy was 38 years old when he was murdered by Reno police and Washoe County Sheriff's Office during a mental health crisis. 19 years ago today, 35-year-old Larry Digg was murdered by Las Vegas Metropolitan Police. Larry called 911. He was suicidal and was looking for someone to do the job for him. And sure enough, Las Vegas Metro came and shot an unarmed man holding a black carabiner. Big threat. So mental health issues have been going on for years in Nevada. To address it every other way, but allocating money towards resources that will actually help the mentally ill. Please support bills that promote transparency and accountability, not bills that will give qualified immunity to officers who are already violating constitutional rights, killing community members like my brother. They murdered him, and his only crime was asking for help. Thank you. Have a good night.
Hello, my name is Brian Harris. I'm calling for public comment just on behalf of myself. I want to thank all the legislators for hearing all 3 of these bills and giving everyone an equal opportunity to share their thoughts and opinions. I'd just like to say that these bills are all important, and I do know that some folks may disagree and feel very hostile and irate about the way the things were given and the proceedings were done, but I just want to say you all did a very good job. Chair Miller, Chair Scheibel, thank you so much, and y'all have a nice night.
Thank you.
I do not agree with that.
DYRUS. Ditto the comments of the previous speaker. I love doing this. This is like entertainment. It's like I'm on a show. Well, I don't have television at home. Have a good night.
Thank you for that.
There are no other callers choosing to provide public comment at this time.
Thank you, broadcasting. And with that, we will close public comment. I do want to thank the members for their consistent attention, and of course, thank the public for really, for the most part, being able to express your opinions passionately on all sides of the argument, but still, for the most part, respectfully. And of course, for the tremendous neutral testimonies that we saw that were indeed actually neutral. With that, tomorrow I will see Assembly Judiciary members at 9 a.m. and Senate Judiciary members at 1 p.m. So with that, thank you, everyone. And we are actually 36 minutes ahead of schedule. We are adjourned.